Hello, and welcome to the 92nd Street Y's 4th State of America Summit. I'm Seth Pinsky, CEO of 92NY. In America, in recent years, our democracy has faced existential threats from forces both external and internal. To this day, the state of our democracy remains precarious. This should concern all of us. Because democracy is more than just a form of government. It's a way of seeing the world, a way that defines who we as Americans are and what we believe. Fortunately, we have not just the responsibility, but also the power to preserve it. Now is the moment for us to act. In particular, by responding to the information crisis that fuels divisions and feeds us lies, creating widespread skepticism about our government, our institutions, and our fellow citizens. Given the urgency of the moment, we're grateful to you for joining us for these important conversations that bring together some of the leading minds and most inspiring voices from the worlds of public policy, government, technology, advocacy, and academia. We look forward to tackling with them important topics such as the impact of disinformation and cybersecurity or insecurity on the media, the challenges posed by wokeism and the extreme political left, and white supremacy's influence on the rise of political violence and hatred, including anti-Semitism. Before we dive into today's program, I want to take a moment to thank a few people. First, I want to express our gratitude to the summit's lead sponsor, Craig Newmark Philanthropies, a very generous contribution from which is not only supporting today's forum, but a series of pro-democracy talks and lectures at 92NY, which together are known as the Newmark Civic Life series of our Recanati-Kaplan talks. I would also like to thank all of the speakers for taking time from their busy schedules to join us for these critical conversations, as well as the amazing staff at 92NY for their dedication and hard work in putting together today's program. With this, let us turn to our program, a program that will, I believe, focus on what all of us really want when it comes to our democracy: transparency, accountability, the protection of our inalienable rights, and a renewed faith in our electoral process, a faith that this process accurately and fully reflects the will of all people of all backgrounds. If, after joining us, you find today's summit to be stimulating and thought-provoking, we hope you'll visit our website at 92ny.org to learn more about the wide range of programming offered at the 92nd Street Y. There, you'll also see the many ways in which we remain committed to civic life, gathering people both in person in New York City and virtually all around the globe. And now, let's get the summit underway. Thank you again for engaging with us, and thank you for tuning in.
Hey everyone, I'd like to welcome you to the State of America Summit. I'm Craig Newmark, seriously proud to be the lead sponsor of the Newmark Civic Life Series at the 92nd Street Y, New York. You might know the company that I started. It's something called Craigslist. And I guess I've done well through Craigslist, even though monetizing it minimally. Through the success of Craigslist, I'm giving back in a big way to the organizations and people who are changing things in ways that matter and who are protecting American democracy. They're protecting our country. This involves supporting trustworthy journalism, supporting military veterans and their families, and strengthening our country's cybersecurity. And since I love birds, it also means pigeon rescue. But it's all about protecting American democracy. That means cooperation and finding common ground and trying to help deal with some of the trends we see which are opposite American democracy. That includes the rise of mis and disinformation, which is about polarizing our country. It's about radicalizing people, and it threatens American democracy, and it threatens democracy across the globe. We're doing what it takes to restore decency, dignity, and civil engagement in our country. And becoming civically engaged is one of the first steps. To become civically engaged means we all have a role to play in our communities, and that can come in a lot of different forms. It might mean using your voice at the ballot box voting. It might mean volunteering somewhere, like at a local soup kitchen. It might mean donating something to a philanthropic organization. A good start is joining us today at the summit. We all have different ways where we show up for our community. You're doing your part in strengthening our democracy by finding trusted people, transparent information, and there's no better place for that than at 92 NY. 92nd Street Y, New York, has been at the forefront of American civil life and culture since its founding, and I'm proud to be involved in this summit, the State of American Summit, to help maybe enlighten, maybe inspire you, who I'm hoping can help us defend our country and our democracy. Thanks, and I hope you enjoy today's program.
American values is often used across the political spectrum, but how can we as a nation of 300 plus million people define just one set of values? And who gets to do the defining? For the 92nd WISE State of America Summit, we're here to discuss how American values are defined, how they shape our democracy, and how they're weaponized in the world of politics. I'm joined by 4 exciting speakers who all create important work from different perspectives in America. First up, political philosopher Danielle Allen. Danielle is the James Bryan Conant Professor at Harvard University, an author, and a Washington Post contributing columnist. Welcome, Danielle.
Thank you. Sorry.
Suketu Mehta is the author of several award-winning books, including This Land is Our Land, An Immigrant's Manifesto. His work can be found in publications like The New Yorker, National Geographic, and on NPR's Fresh Air and All Things Considered. Hey, Suketu.
Hi, Fry.
And next we've got author Anna Malaika Tubbs. She's an educator and advocate for women and children's rights around the world. Her work is featured in publications like Time and New York Magazine. And her first book, published in 2021, is the New York Times bestseller, The Three Mothers: How the Mothers of Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and James Baldwin Shaped a Nation. And we were glad to have you on the show to talk about your fascinating book. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Finally, we're joined by filmmaker Bird Runningwater. He's the CEO of Cloud Woman Media and the co-executive producer of the TV series Sovereign, which is currently in development as network television's first Native American family drama. Hi, Bird.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
So I'm thrilled to be doing this with all of you. And, I'm going to start just with a micro framework on kind of how I grew up, so you know a little bit about my human. So, my mom is Black American from, mid-Atlantic, Mason-Dixon families who were free Black farmers before the Civil War. Some endured racial terrorism, because that's a thing. My dad's side is the side that struggled with colonialism in Zimbabwe. And I got to see what the values were for good and bad on both sides of my family. And I think that in general, I love my family's values aside from patriarchy, but we may touch on that later. And, among the values I would say my family embraced are strength, a bit of stoicism, a double-edged sword, and an unremitting love for this country, even when the country didn't love us back. And that is fascinating to me. So with all that said, Bird, where do you start as an Indigenous American who has, lived with 2 tribal affiliations and done extensive work globally with Indigenous people? Where, when we talk about American values, where do we start?
That's a really good question, because, I was so fortunate to grow up on my father's reservation, the Mescalero Apache Reservation, well before, I'm dating myself, well before the internet, cable TV, all of the cell phones, all of these things. So I grew up in a very insular, Apache speaking community that was very rich in culture and traditions and ceremony. And, and I feel so grateful to have had that because it really provided me with a strong foundation before where I was, and I was also kind of part of the quote unquote majority of our reservation community, which I think was really fortifying. And before I went out into, a very different, world where I was considered a minority. But I feel like the values that were kind of instilled in me are kind of these 4 Apache values that we teach and keep moving through all of these years since we arrived into our ancestral lands through migration in southern New Mexico. But it's honesty, generosity, pride, and bravery. And these things really kind of teach us how to continue to care for our relatives and our community and our land. And also I think one of the strengths also is that I come from a matrilineal, matriarchal society where women are centered and they are the center of our world and our universe and the leadership, and I have to say, once I stepped outside of those founding kind of principles and values, like out into the American world, quote unquote, there were a lot of conflicts, but I just feel like I'm able, because I had such a strong foundation, it really continues to guide me and to navigate. And also when I started working at a global level through the Ford Foundation, when I worked there, and then the Sundance Institute, I started realizing that there were indigenous people around the world who held very similar values, almost exactly the same values, and that we were all experiencing this level of, erasure, and invisibility, all within these colonial societies that have, intruded upon our land. So there's a lot of camaraderie and shared values about how we try to advance our, imagery and storytelling.
Yeah, and Anna Malika, I can't help but think about W.E.B. Du Bois and the double consciousness, and I do think, a lot. I'm just going to be honest. The past few years have been ones where I have really challenged my white friends to live equity, and I have ended one friendship because I was being verbally abused on race and gender by someone's husband. And I just said, this is not the era where I can carry this weight. And I think speaking up is also one of my family's values. What kind of values, for you as someone who's a historian of many things, including these three seminal mothers of the movement, where do values lie for you?
I really love that starting question for all of us. I will share a little bit about my own personal background and kind of what brought me to writing this book really quickly. My parents both were lawyers, and my mom specifically advocated for women and children in the U.S. as well as abroad. And so through her work, we had this privilege of traveling from country to country abroad, my siblings and I. And so I grew up in places like Dubai, Estonia, Sweden, Mexico, Azerbaijan, went back and forth from Ghana, where my dad is from, and moved back to the U.S. when I was a teenager. And this was really fascinating for me and my own identity as a Black woman, and what it meant to be a Black woman, and hearing from so many different people how progressive the United States was, and then moving here and seeing it from this new angle, really, of somebody who had been in all these different places and had a very feminist mother, and both my mom and dad very radical, I would say, in terms of their wanting to teach their children about all of these different histories, about challenging systems that are oppressive, and about challenging injustice, and to not feel like you have to hide your fear or feel like you have to deny it, but instead to use that fear as a force and motivation to do something, to change something. Right. So when I think about values, that's really what my parents instilled in me is you can't just accept things as they are if they are not treating people fairly. But instead, you have to believe you can do something about it, no matter how scared you might be to do that, to find that bravery. And you can always look at others who came before you to discover that if you're ever at a loss. And so for me, there are a lot of reasons I wrote about these three mothers in particular, but in studying them, it further confirmed this theory, especially for the mothers of Black children, what it means when you have kids in a place that is going to tell them that they are not worthy of life, that they are not worthy of dignity, that they are not worthy of being treated with respect. And obviously you do not feel that way. Obviously you cannot accept that circumstance as it is. So you have to envision something beyond what's readily available to you. You have to believe that something else can be possible. And then you have to find a way to create that change. The last thing I'll say, however, is that my family as well as these three mothers, really valued community. It's not about putting everything on one person's shoulders. It's not about believing that it all falls on one individual, but instead to really find the team that we are all a part of and to say, I'm going to do my part, whether that's as a Black woman, whether that's as allies in these fights that we're all trying to solve. We have to rely on each other as well. So that's why I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation, because I think together we're coming up with really different ways of looking at where we are as a nation.
Yeah, and Suketu, you know, obviously listening to Anna, she had a very global childhood. I had a less global childhood than Anna Malaika, but much more so than most Americans. Because when I was 4 years old, my mom took me and my sister to Zimbabwe. And I remember, you know, just feeling very at home, but it was the first time that I had felt American, you know, because you realize in the absence of being kind of surrounded by Americanness, what Americanness is. So tell us a little bit about your journey. I mean, obviously you've written about so many different things. Maximum City is still one of my favorite books of all time. And I love your current book about immigration. And how do you bring an immigrant's perspective as well as all the other things you are to the table of values?
So I was born in Calcutta, and I grew up in Bombay and Jackson Heights in Queens. And I came to Jackson Heights when I was 14 years old with my family. It was not a happy event when I got there. I missed Bombay like an organ of my body. And the Queens of 1977 that my family got to was still pretty racist. The aggressions in my school, which was this all-boys Catholic school, they weren't microaggressions, they were macroaggressions. I got pushed down the stairs, the teachers called me a pagan.
Wow.
But that same place, Jackson Heights now, is arguably the most diverse neighborhood in the country. The zip code where I grew up, 11372, it has 160 languages which are spoken in that one zip code now. So I realized after that I've lived in England, I've lived in Brazil, I've lived in France, I went back to Bombay to write a book, and I came back to America. And I realized that this is the American exceptionalism. It's a country made up of all the other countries. And
exactly.
And you know, it's really important that we acknowledge this narrative, that people have come here from all over the world, and in large parts of the country, they are living in harmony. They're living with an acknowledgement of each other's, not just each other's differences, but each other's excellences. So in Jackson Heights, I got to know what a Colombian arepa tastes like, and Colombians got to know what an Indian samosa tastes like. And cities like New York, cities where this kind of diversity is valued, also do well in the global marketplace, because you know, these highly educated Silicon tech executives and finance people, and they don't want to live in a monoculture. After their day at the bank or the tech firm, they want to go out and they want to be able to have a choice of pupusas or parathas. So
exactly.
It's, I realized growing up in New York, in Jackson Heights, that this was a place that I belonged and everyone else belonged to. And it wasn't until 2016 and Trump's election that I saw that old Queens, and it's no accident that Trump was born in that old racist Queens, that came back with a roar. And that's why I wrote This Land is Our Land, because I wanted to reaffirm that narrative of America as a place that fits all the other places.
So Danielle, I want to get in a second to something that you have been writing about, which is the House of Representatives, one of the big superstructures of government. But before we do that, I want to get your take on where you center this question of American values, what they are, and why.
Well, I'll start with my family as well. It was really beautiful to listen to everybody's stories, where they come from. I come from a line of people with a deep and almost inexplicable commitment to democracy. So on my dad's side, my granddad helped found one of the first NAACP chapters in Northern Florida in the 40s. That was taking your life in your hands, as you all know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And on my mom's side, my mom's white, my dad's black. On my mom's side, my great-grandparents helped fight for women's right to vote in the early 20th century. And my great-grandmother ended up as president of the League of Women Voters in Michigan in the 30s. So I still have our little sort of pocket-sized rules of order for running meetings from that. So in other words, on both sides, these were people who, when the world told them something was impossible, African Americans can't possibly have social equality, women can't possibly have the right to vote, their answer was not only is it possible, it's necessary. So I grew up in that context of deep commitment to empowerment. And my family was engaged across the political landscape. I remember one year in my childhood where my aunt was on the ballot in the Bay Area in California for Congress for the Peace and Freedom Party on the far left side of the political spectrum. In the same year, my dad was running for Senate from Southern California as a Reagan Republican. So they used to have super intense arguments, family dinners and holidays and so forth. And my dad was like this skinny guy, always wearing tweed, with smoking a pipe, smoke curling around his head. And my aunt was a really big woman. She was gay. She had this huge belly laugh. And they would go at it. My dad was arguing for market liberties and civic virtues, and she was arguing for public sector investment across all segments of society and experiments in living. But as a kid, the thing that I took in was that they actually shared a goal, which was empowerment. So they're having this huge argument about how to get there, but that was what it was about, empowerment for themselves, for their families, for their communities. So that's very deep in me.
Oh, I relate so much. Like my family includes, my mom was a Peace Corps volunteer. A bunch of my uncles were military. We have liberals and social and fiscal conservatives. So I love that story. And now let's talk about the House of Representatives. You wrote an op-ed recently. And I first heard this, I won't step on your argument, but I first heard this like 20 years ago, and something just clicked in my brain. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a game changer. So what are we talking about? What are you talking about?
Well, I think it's pretty clear we're all pretty frustrated with the state of our democracy currently. It is unhealthy in so many different ways. There's a polarization, but there's also the failure to solve really pressing problems, whether that's about climate or violence, gun violence, and other kinds of safety issues, or even issues around migration and wanting that to be a system that works, well for all concerned. So we have a broken democracy, and the question is what to do about it. Lots of times we forget that the first branch, the foundation piece of a democracy, is the House of Representatives. It's Congress. That is the body that's supposed to be closest to the people, most responsive to the people, most directly accountable to the people. It was supposed to grow over time as the population grew. And so the dynamics in the House were supposed to really be flexible and adaptive as the population shifted. It's been frozen in place for the last 100 years. So to such a point that the British Parliament is bigger than our House of Representatives, the German Bundestag is bigger than our House of Representatives. And I believe if we want to get real inclusion in our politics again, and actually effectiveness, that responsiveness and direct accountability to people, it's time for us to uncap the House, let it grow again, and really reconsider representation and how it works.
Anyone else have any thoughts on that? All right. Well, we will just keep trucking along because there's a lot to talk about. And Bert, I want to switch to the question of culture. Sometimes culture is framed as soft power, and how rich and vibrant a culture is a form of geopolitical power. And the United States has had so much soft power of media storytelling, but for a long time, Native Americans were just basically people to be shot in Westerns. And you have spent decades changing that landscape. What we're seeing is that from the 2022 Hollywood Diversity Report out of UCLA, Indigenous Americans remain very invisible compared to many other groups in Hollywood, but that there's a lot of interest. Illuminative found 78% of Americans wanted to learn more about Indigenous people. So how do you reconcile what's going on? And tell us a little bit more about the arc of your work, because it's really, you've done tremendous things.
Well, yeah, let's see how concise I can be with such a large concept.
Sorry.
But, I think going back to kind of the way that I grew up when I said, obviously without television and a lot of media influence with my own kind of culture, I never was really affected or impacted or consumed, the historical Western, genre narratives, which in a sense are kind of colonial propaganda. Mm-hmm. It's like the Indian is always supposed to die in order for America to prosper, and I think that, so much of the erasure and invisibility that we experience within popular culture, media, and even education, according to Illuminative study, has really led to numbers as high as 80% of Americans not knowing that Native American people exist today. Like the
Wow.
narrative that we're gone, the land was free and open, nobody was here, has really been perpetuated. And so, but when Illuminative took all of their, there was a massive study that they did back in 2018. They really kind of took their focus groups of every demographic, every age group, social media analysis, congressional analysis, and really honed in to understand and also relay to this 80%, what you've been told. You've been duped by your media systems. You've been duped by your educational systems. And when people, kind of had that revelation, they started to understand why that happened. Yeah, 78% said we want to see more, we want to know more. And, and I think that we've been trying to leverage, that data and those statistics as part of our, efforts to get more representation within our media systems. And it's been helping, and I think, lockdown happened right around the same time as kind of like our racial reckoning happened. And so, we finally started to see some of our first TV shows, but I had been working in feature films and documentary, for 20 years prior to that, and going on 26 years now. And the struggle is real, because a lot of decision makers who make the funding, who decide what programming, gets supported and developed and greenlit and on the air, do come from that 80% of people who don't know that we still exist. And so I feel like there's a lot of infrastructure building and institution building by our community that continues to happen to kind of help, I think, protect our stories, protect the voices, and protect what they call talent, but the storytellers, to really ensure that, the authenticity of our narratives are really what is continuing to push forward. And we have Reservation Dogs, which is really kind of the beacon, for our community. Yeah. But also, there's a lot of films like on Hulu, and, like Netflix is producing a massively, nearly, I don't know, probably like in the tens of millions, feature film right now by a Navajo trans director. And it's exciting. And so I feel like if you go back to the establishment of the democracy, yes, the founding fathers, did borrow from the Iroquois Confederacy and the style of governance there, but they obviously left out the strong piece of matriarchal, elements of the Iroquois people and, morphed it into their own thing. But one of the things about tribal sovereignty and indigenous nationhood in the United States, thankfully, in our contemporary, governance structure, is that when the French arrived and when the British arrived, they made treaties, with tribes, which really were kind of the foundations of tribal sovereignty. And were also mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, as well as the Constitution. And those three things really provide the framework for a whole separate canon of American law, which is Indian law, which when we look at governance and decision making at the congressional level and at our Senate, and even with judges across the country, they're still a part of that 80% who don't know anything, even about our own, indigenous nationhood. So popular culture really is one of the things that I think has such a huge impact on, governmental decisions. And so that's why after I graduated from public policy school with my master's degree, I could have gone into public service, but I kind of just ended up on this path, with media and storytelling. And I have to say, it's been really quite helpful, I think,
Yeah.
in the larger struggle.
Yeah, it's been magnificent. Danielle?
I would just love to add something there about that really important point about the really important body of Indian law that so many people don't know anything about. I have been really fortunate to be working in the civic education space in recent years and designing curriculum for grade 8, sort of year-long civics curricula. And one of the things that's been most exciting has been to integrate Indian treaties alongside the Constitution to show people that the legal structure that pertains on this continent is more than just the Constitution, actually. There's other things with constitutional status. And it's just so important. I mean, the sort of lack of knowledge about that is really profound. So I really appreciate, Bird, your calling that out and all the work you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
support on that.
Yeah, and Suketu and Anna Malika, I would like both of you to weigh in, and others can as well too, on a space of very contested American values right now, which is academia itself and knowledge itself. It's like, okay, I'm seeing some really scary memory laws, really. I mean, I grew up in the library, like my grandmother volunteered, my mom volunteered. I am so grateful to all the librarians who lavished attention on me. But we now have book banning, like at scale. Suketu, why don't you start?
Sure. So a few years ago during the pandemic, I bought a house in rural North Carolina. And I go between very urban Greenwich Village, where I teach at NYU, and Pittsboro, North Carolina, where my neighbors are kind of half gun nuts and half yoga teachers. So it's a really interesting combination, and I really have been having some intense conversations with my Republican as well as Democrat neighbors in North Carolina. And, North Carolina is doing really well right now because its future is in tech and academia.
Yeah.
I live within a half-hour drive of Duke, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and NC State. And because of this, the state, and particularly the Triangle area, is experiencing some of the highest growth rates and housing values in the nation. But it's not including some of my neighbors
Yes.
in the rural area that I live in. So it used to be that people, the working class or people without a college degree would gravitate towards the Democrats because the Democrats were the party of unions and pro-labor and so forth. And now, puzzlingly, the same group seems to be favoring the Republicans. So it's a question of narrative. Now, I teach at NYU, and I know the kind of efforts that are made by people like Ron DeSantis to change the curriculum, abolish tenure. At the same time, at places like NYU, I also don't find a lot of my neighbors in North Carolina represented. So among my students who tend to be liberal, urban, international, my friends in New York, there's a kind of debate which has a pretty narrow ideological spectrum. And I'd like to involve more of my neighbors in North Carolina in the debates that are taking place in Greenwich Village. And so I don't quite know how to do this. I know there's just an enormous gulf between the two. We really, in cities like New York, we live in bubbles, but we have a series of national bubbles where we really have sorted ourselves out, and we really have very little conversation taking place across the divides. Now, there are some places where, it's really interesting. When my parents come to North Carolina, everyone, all the gun nuts, the yoga teachers, they all gather on my back porch, and my mom makes them Gujarati food. And, they talk about food and family, and even in North Carolina, I found that the narrative was more complex than people in New York think. So they are in favor of certain kinds of immigration. So even people who are, I would consider themselves racist whites, I'm shocked at some of the things that they say, but they'll also express admiration for the Mexicans who work as landscapers. They admire hard work and family and religious values. So all I'm saying is that, this debate is more complex than we realize, and the only way that I realized it was more complex was by actually moving and going and speaking to people out there.
I love that. I mean, I have, as a field reporter, been to 49 of the 50 U.S. states, and the one state that I'm missing is South Dakota, where I actually have relatives by marriage through, my aunt married a German-American from a farm town of 800, and it is through those travels that I began to understand America, and also getting to visit, the Crow Nation and many other indigenous parts of the U.S. But yeah, there's definitely the urban bubble syndrome. How do you deal, Anna, with the current debate over knowledge and the role of knowledge in our national value system?
I mean, I really think it's one of the most important questions we can ask right now, especially all of us as writers or storytellers. And I just wanted to add a little bit to this notion of being in places that are usually ignored in our larger conversations, and kind of where they're veering in terms of politics. And the place that I moved back to in the U.S. when I came back as a teenager was Laramie, Wyoming. And I was there as a teenager. And it was really fascinating for me because everyone had warned me, Laramie, Wyoming is this, terribly conservative place. It's going to be really dangerous. People told my parents, don't take your Black children there. It's going to be dangerous for them. And what we actually found was that there was just a lot of curiosity about us because there was such little exposure. It wasn't this sense, I think all of us probably have had experiences where you travel somewhere and you actually feel like you're in danger because of somebody's feeling about you or your people. And other places where, this is not to excuse some of the ignorance, but there is just this interest and this curiosity because there's very little exposure. And so I tell this story because really this question of knowledge is something that a lot of people don't realize. It will help all of us feel more connected to each other. A lot of people feel this fear of knowledge, this sense that if I know about the pain that somebody has gone through, if I know about somebody's history and the violence that maybe my own descendants caused for this group of people, that somehow that's going to trap me or make me feel terrible. So I'd rather deny that, or I'd rather just not know, or I'd rather live in this bliss of ignorance. When in fact, what we see over and over again, even in research that's been done in other nations, is that we all heal when we have the knowledge of how we arrived where we are as a nation today. We all heal when we're not sitting there kind of unaware of somebody's history or their past or how they came to where they are today. We all really benefit from these moments of sitting on our neighbor's porch and eating food that we've never been exposed to before. So that's really the kind of shift that we need in the U.S. And it's something that's entirely possible. We see this in nations across the world, that when we face these painful histories, that when we talk about what we've all gone through uniquely, that's how we actually are all able to find peace. That's how we're all able to let go of feelings of guilt. That's how we're able to find a path forward. And so that's how storytelling becomes even more important beyond books, beyond what's happening in our schools, really, because unfortunately, governors like DeSantis are trying to take control not only of schools, but he's recently appointed somebody to look at Disney shows and to make sure that children are not being taught any kind of critical race theory. And that's where people who write movies, who write TV shows, who are putting commercials out there, we become even more important because we have to engage in that battle and in that fight. And for me, I've always been really passionate about taking things that feel so complex, theory that we often relegate to academia, and making it accessible to people, making sure there are tools out there that everybody can understand and engage with, because we are all really at the precipice of this fight. We cannot kind of sit down and say that doesn't concern me. Every single person who is a storyteller in any way, whether that's somebody who's proposing law, this is also really a way of telling a story about what our nation needs and where our nation is going. We have to engage in this, and especially meet children where they are and engage them in the conversation, push them to challenge what authorities are telling them as well.
Suketu?
And I couldn't agree more with Anna. Just to add, I think it's not just in the United States that storytelling is important. Around the planet, we're seeing a global war of storytelling. What is a populist? What is Modi, Putin, Trump, Bolsonaro, Orban? A populist is a gifted storyteller, someone who can tell a false story well. The only way he can be fought is by telling a true story better. So we've got to be able to tell true stories better. And this is why storytellers like us, filmmakers, journalists, writers, are being hounded, murdered all over the planet because the populists know that we are their greatest threat.
Yeah, and Danielle, when you look at this moment of global ethno-nationalism, and that's, you know, how we discuss it on the show, is that there are all these ethno-nationalist movements in different countries, and they're both different from each other in the specifics of the medium, but they all are really about weaponizing identity for power and money. How do you meet that moment? Like, you really spent a lot of time on the structures of government. What is the story that people need to tell of pluralism?
Well, Fry, I think you've just asked one of the most important questions that there is. And yes, I talk a lot about conflict entrepreneurs, and I'm glad that you put that in the context of a global movement, global ethno-nationalism. I'll just tell a little story. I am a columnist for the Washington Post. I've been a columnist for about a decade, and I did an awful lot of writing in 2015 and 16 leading up to the Trump election. I was one of the first people to say that we had to take Trump seriously, that you couldn't just sort of laugh about it. There was something happening. I wrote a column to that effect in September 2015, and I was just super aggressive, going after the problem of the potential of electing him and so forth. And so, as you might imagine, I got massive amounts of hate stuff and pictures of nooses and gas ovens and the whole kit and caboodle. Wow. And it was having a big effect on me personally. It was literally, making me, do I really want to go out? Who are all these anonymous people who are directing all this stuff at me? So I asked a friend of mine to do a sort of social media archaeology of it for me and try to figure out where it was coming from. And he worked out that it was actually mostly coming from Eastern Europe.
Oh,
which was it was a huge relief to me, because I was like, oh my gosh, I can love my fellow Americans again. And I don't want to pretend we don't have that here at home. We do have it here at home too, but it really does matter that there is a global network of conflict entrepreneurs who, precisely as you said, are sowing more ethno-nationalism and stoking divisions for the sake of their own personal power and aggrandizement. So the question really is, how do we fight that? For one thing, we have to name it really clearly. We have to teach ourselves to see it. But it also means the other thing we have to see, to Suketu's point, is the fact that there can be people across a pretty wide ideological spectrum who aren't in that category. All right? So it's not that every single person with an R after their name is in that category, for instance.
Absolutely.
And I like to drive that point home by pointing to state-level politics, actually. When we look at our national politics, we do look like we're just totally polarized, sort of 50-50. And we imagine that we are at each other's throats. And each side paints a pretty extreme picture of what's on the other side, in all honesty. But if you look at state ballot propositions, you see something quite surprising. We are quite regularly able to achieve supermajority votes for things that are pointing in the direction of inclusion and fairness and helping out the person getting the short end of the stick. So Mississippi in 2020 passed in a new state flag, getting rid of the old emblems of the Confederacy with new iconography, with a supermajority vote. That means more than 2/3 of the voters, Republicans as well as Democrats, therefore participating in that change. Or in Florida, a supermajority voted to restore voting rights to people who had completed the service of their felony convictions. That happened in 2018. So yes, there's a broad ideological spectrum in this country, and there's a supermajority of people out there who are not ethno-nationalists, all right? And we need to find each other and link arms despite our pretty intense disagreements, name the conflict entrepreneurs, and be ready to draw a bright line and defend the practice of constitutional democracy with one another, space for pluralism, and so forth.
I want to run through everyone else on the panel and ask you to tell me about a strategy that you think can work for us to connect across divides, or a specific way in which you have connected. And Suketu, I'm going to start with you. You know, you have talked about your two homes and, you know, how you yourself and your family, when they visit, bridge the divides in your community. Any thoughts or tips or strategies?
Sure. So in 2016, that dread year when Trump got elected, at the same time, my brother-in-law, Jay Chowdhury, he called me from Raleigh, North Carolina, and he said, I think I want to run for state senate. And I said, with a name like Chowdhury in a district that's 89% white, I mean, are you kidding? But because he's my brother-in-law and I love him, I went down and campaigned for him, and my two sons came down and we campaigned all around the Raleigh area and its suburbs. And his opponent was a white man who kind of took his election for granted. And Jay, who had to train his own campaign staff in how to pronounce his last name, went out and knocked on 10,000 doors. And he won this majority white district in a landslide.
Wow.
He's now not only the first Indian American state senator in North Carolina history, he's the Democratic whip in the state Senate. So he did it, and you know, it showed that you know, all politics is local. He went and spoke to people about what they were really concerned about, which was teacher salaries. They didn't care that he was a brown man. They liked his policy prescriptions, and they were open to it. And really seeing that campaign up close was kind of inspirational for me. One answer of bridging the divide is by actively participating in politics at all levels, whether it's school boards or, you know, the city council, and not being afraid to take your narrative out there. So Jay never apologized for being an immigrant. In fact, he celebrated it. He talked about his own family's immigrant roots and how they had contributed to the country and what they saw in America. And people really responded to it. So I think, you know, we have to be, when it comes to immigration, we're so apologetic. The Biden administration has been really, you know, being very apologetic about immigration. It continued to enforce Title 42, that Trump-era law, which said basically asylum seekers constitute a public health hazard to the country. You know, I think seeing my conservative neighbors in North Carolina, people respond to narrative, and they respond to the narrative about immigration when it is said loudly and without apology.
Yeah. Wow, what a story. Amazing, and congrats to your brother-in-law. And Anna, what about you? What is a success story or strategy?
Yeah, for me, it's been a really interesting experience having a book out there about motherhood, and how many people have told me, audiences from all different backgrounds, how carrying my book and reading it was the first time, which is kind of ridiculous, but the first time they understood Black plight in the United States. You know, a lot of, I'll say white women, for instance, who say, now that I'm thinking about it from the perspective of a mother and her child, and I look at it separate of all the things that I was kind of taught to fear, which might be Black history or critical race theory, and I'm looking at it from this universal experience of a mother and her child, I now understand how awful this is. I now understand the atrocities. I now understand how differently Black women are being treated in the United States, differently than I, as maybe this said white mother, might have felt she was treated, and her children and their safety and fears that she might have as well, and the ways in which those fears differ. And so that was something I wasn't necessarily expecting. You know, I thought, of course, I'm saying a lot of new things about these particular mothers because they were not really studied before my book. And so I thought that was really going to be my contribution to the canon of civil rights books and books on MLK Jr. and Malcolm X and Black history and Black feminist history. But to be a bridge for so many readers to say, I finally feel like I am somehow welcome in this conversation, or that I now understand some way in which I can relate to this, I think is a lesson for many of us to be thinking about, yes, the universality of a lot of human experiences without erasing the differences that we have based off of our different identities, and using that as a moment to say, you see this thing that we share, you know, the fact that we're human beings, now walk through this history and see how someone might have been oppressed, or how someone might have been pushed out of an opportunity, or how someone was put in danger from the moment that they were born, or even in utero. And what are you going to do now that you've had this human connection and learned about this individual story? So that's my piece of advice.
And Bird, you know, you mentioned reservation dogs. You got a great shout out in the New York Times coverage of that, and you get shout outs all the time for your transformative work in film and television and storytelling. But other than your magnificent work, what other spaces do you look for wins or successes or strategies?
Yeah, well, I think Anna touched on some really interesting points. You know, the knowledge piece, and also kind of the humanizing piece. And I think that, you know, originally when I went to public policy school, I intended to work in education policy before media grabbed me and took a hold of me. But, you know, I feel like, you know, according, again, to Illuminative research, you know, the majority of American state educational curricula standards don't teach about us past 1900. You know, and if even at all, and they don't teach about us past junior high. And so I think, you know, there's a lot of us who are really, you know, lobbying and working to really empower, you know, statewide, you know, education, Native education communities to really push for, you know, representation and education standards to really kind of, you know, create knowledge, and then also, you know, which could also help to humanize us, you know, because I feel like there is a lot of fear, especially in states where, like, you know, my mother's tribe is from Oklahoma, and I went to high school and college in Oklahoma. And Oklahoma has a very particular history about being Indian territory, where all the tribes were removed from across the U.S. and placed there because it's the last piece of unwanted land and westward expansion. And then so now there's a whole new modern history of that still exists today, of, you know, the Indians are still in the way, you know, the Indians are still, that they have special rights, you know, there's all of these misinformed narratives, which I think if you just kind of had inclusion at the educational standard level, you know, it would really, you know, destroy those myths. And I think that that's so much of how I feel like our work kind of coincides with those of us in the media arts community, and then those of us, you know, who also have understanding of educational standards. But one of the things you know, going back to the media side, you know, and working with, you know, global indigenous directors and Native American directors specifically, you know, I always told them, I was like, you know, you have 100+ years of American cinema that you're trying to deconstruct while you're trying to create something innovative and authentic and new. And I think all of us underrepresented, marginalized communities in the American, you know, cinematic canon, you know, deal with that. And so as a member of the Academy, you know, the Oscars are coming up next week. We do have some Indigenous nominees there. You know, it's kind of like working now within this American canon, you know, of film to really, like I said, deconstruct the filmic history of us, to really try to unlearn, humanize, build knowledge, build allies, because that's really the only way that so much of this can help. And I know when Illuminative was doing their research, Standing Rock was going on, the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Yep.
And
I went myself.
Yeah. So many of us, really today, even there's an article that came out in Hollywood Reporter, we credit Standing Rock and the water protectors for standing up and making that sacrifice, because for the first time it got national media news, attention. Again, we were on the American consciousness level, which really kind of influenced so much of what's happening, in our media today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to stop it here. I have more questions, of course, but we do not have more time. And I want to thank all of you for joining us and for your incredible work. This ends our conversation called What is America? On how American values influence and shape our political parties, our friendships, our families, and our world with the 92nd WISE State of America Summit. We have been speaking with Bird Runningwater of Cloud Women Media, author Suketu Mehta of NYU, Harvard professor Danielle Allen, and author Anna Malika Tubbs.
Hi, I'm Michael Steele, former chairman of the Republican National Committee and former lieutenant governor of Maryland. It is my pleasure to be with all of you and my buddy Andrew Yang. Yes, the Yang. How are you, sir?
Michael, it's great to be here. Thanks for making time for this conversation. Everyone wants to know how the heck we're going to reboot bipartisanship, and I know you've been working on that very thing for quite some time.
Yeah, it's an interesting space that is always evolving, particularly in this environment, political environment, which you know very well, coming off of your presidential run, and the dynamics, not just within the Democratic Party at that time, but just nationally in this era of MAGA-ism, or what I affectionately call corrupt republicanism. And so it presses the system as it presses on our nerves to try to figure out how to navigate through this, and what are some of the strategies that all of us should begin to employ to make sure that, one, not only that we are protecting and defending democracy, but we're advancing her cause across the United States. And who would ever thunk it, Andrew, that we have to sort of reimagine democracy here in the United States, sort of the birthplace of modern democracy. But here we are.
Yeah, the Republican Party has changed a lot since you were the chair of the whole thing.
just a little bit.
No, and I think the reason why we're having this conversation is that people can sense that bipartisanship is losing, where right now the number of self-proclaimed moderates or centrists or people that were willing to work across the aisle has been diminishing for years and years. And at the same time, you've seen, and it will be the first to say it's not symmetrical, but you've seen that the two parties have been distorted or guided in particular directions. I agree with you that the corrupt Republican, the corruption of the Republican Party is a massive problem. And in our view, we think that it's largely because of a party primary system that elevates the voices of folks who may not represent the mainstream of even what was the Republican Party, much less the American population, having way too much say and control. And then they end up creating a very different set of incentives for those in office.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that point. And I think this will actually be a good sort of jump off point for us to sort of begin to unpack this idea of why bipartisanship is less valuable today in the body politic than it once was. And I think you put your finger exactly on the point. It is the nature of how our primary process has devolved into this battle for the hard edges, whether it's the hard left or the hard right, that where we find most Americans is in that space that says, hey, can we figure out how to solve the problem, not beat each other up because of, or, the problem itself. And when I was an RNC chairman, I was charged by our national convention in 2008 to take a look at the primary process, and began to do that, made some changes. One of the changes, we added Nevada to the early states that the GOP would contest in the primary. But then I sort of put on the table, and you appreciate this, Andrew, I put on the table this idea, how about we just blow the whole thing up? And why don't we create a system and lead the country in this idea of, having a rotating number of states, who goes first?
Wow.
You can put it in a lottery system. You could base it on, who went first the last time, as opposed to being stuck in this Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, kind of mantra. And of course, my view of it was certainly looking at it from a demographic standpoint. Why are we placing that first bet in the whitest state in the country, and having that set the pace and the tone for who would become the next nominee of the party? You want to invigorate the process, energize it, and create, I think, some degree of uncertainty, which raises curiosity, invites people to participate, right? And as you can imagine, Andrew, I was summarily shut down on that idea.
You love that idea? I love that idea. And as someone who ran in those early states, I have a very deep affection for those states, but also a deep sense of how that process may or may not represent what's going on in other parts of the country, and that there's like an institutionalism that sets in.
Yeah,
there are people that are there that their entire jam is is like, being involved with the primaries in a particular way.
right.
Yeah, the math that I use when I talk to people more generally about this is that Congress has something like a 22% approval rating, but the re-election rate for individual members is 94%. And then people think like, that doesn't seem to match up. And it's because 90% of the districts in the country are either now blue or red and are uncompetitive in the general. So if you're in office, your main incentive is just to get through your primary. If you get through the primary, then you're going to win. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
So being primaried is the ultimate threat. And so if you're trying to avoid being primaried, what you have to do is placate and please the 10 to 12% most activated of your party's base, which is, again, not that mainstream. So I love the fact that you were trying to change the primary calendar, because that there's a similar dynamic at stake where, people will go where their incentives are.
What are some of the incentives that you think that would create an energy behind some of the work that both of us have been doing over the past year, you with the Forward Party, me with more broadly with in the democracy space? I chair the U.S. Vote Foundation, so we spend a lot of time working with secretaries of states and boards of elections in all 50 states and the territories to create that lane for people to have access to the ballot box. So you sort of begin to appreciate the layered nature of our electoral process. The first is, okay, how do I get into the game? Where do I go? Who, what is where's the polling location? What is the date that all of this takes place? And then is, what are the incentives to actually get behind a candidate? Who do I like? Who do I don't like? How do you see incentivizing Americans to, in my view, take more control of, my words, of this process, as opposed to ceding it absolutely to a political party or political parties that are all about corrupting that process in so many ways?
Oh, what a beautiful vision, Michael. So if you look at the 520,000 elected offices around the country, from school board, county executive, city council, et cetera, it turns out that the majority of them are uncompetitive or uncontested. So if you want to have Americans take control of our own destiny, what we need to do is introduce more genuine competition in more of these places. And this is what the Forward Party wants to do right now, is open it up make it so that you don't necessarily need to get blessed by the party bosses all the time
Right.
in a particular place. By the way, 37 of the 50 states in the country, essentially 75% of the country, is one party rule, where one party controls all the branches of government. You're in a blue zone, you're in a red zone, and that's not great. We think that there should be more competition. Right now, I'm sitting in New York, but heading to California tomorrow. There are a lot of people look up and say, hey, maybe the Democrats of California could use like a little bit of healthy competition. And there are folks in, Mississippi or Missouri or a red state that think like maybe the Republicans could use a little bit of healthy competition. And so you hit the nail on the head, which is how do we introduce more competition for the 520,000 elected offices around the country? A lot of it is mechanics, a lot of it is resources. Some of it is media, where there used to be local newspapers in a lot of these communities that might cover that kind of race, but now most of those papers are gone.
Yeah, they are, and it's interesting that the trail for bipartisanship in our state legislatures and in our national Congress, the U.S. Senate, really begins with the electoral process. Because if you don't correct the attitude of voters in the sense that they tend to bifurcate or trifurcate the process. In other words, well, I'm voting here, which has absolutely nothing to do with the end result of what happens in the legislature or in Congress. Sure. and it does. It absolutely does. How you vote, who you vote on, what issues you vote on, there's a direct correlation to the outcomes that we now experience as a nation, whether it is legislatures acting on issues like abortion, or legislatures acting on issues like what books your children will read, school board elections. You can see all up and down the line that first line of defense to protect good government begins with how we as citizens move into that space and how we view that space ultimately. So, at least in my estimation, Andrew, you can't separate that out. You can't sit there and go, well, I voted.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, we're going to roll up our sleeves and do a little bit more. And the fact that all politics has become increasingly nationalized is accelerating the polarization that you and I both, are disturbed by. I'm going to share a story I heard last week, which is there were these 4 school board members who were running in a particular community. And there was one on the far left, 2 in the middle, and then one on the far right. So the Democrats endorsed the person on the far left. The Republicans endorsed the person on the far right. They both won. And the 2 in the middle lost. And now that you have 2 people on the board who like can't agree on anything, and it's all flashing. And so, most of the people in that community probably, might have thought like, hey, these folks in the middle might actually match up more to my preferences for what I want my kids to be taught. But the people in the middle didn't get an endorsement because, they weren't ideological enough for either local party. So that's the kind of dynamic we need to fix if we're going to see improvement in our own communities.
How do you when you hear that story and you see the direct effects of it in terms of now that school board, like many other school boards or boards of elections and other public entities that are in that democracy space, if you will, how do you see people looking at that and saying to themselves, oh, I'm going to go with the guy or gal who's speaking crazy on the right or left, because is it self-interest that draws them into that space? Or what's your assessment of why the folks and I really almost hate to use that term in the middle, because that connotes all kinds of stuff that just is so disingenuous and harms the conversation. But what are those individuals who tend to bring a more pragmatic, bipartisan, to use that term, or nonpartisan, preferably, view on how to deal with some of these gnarly issues? They don't even seem to register with people.
Yeah, so a lot of folks aren't paying that close attention, and so when they show up, they're going to vote for the team. and this again is one of the reasons why the nationalized media is not very helpful. People ask sometimes, how the heck did someone like George Santos get into Congress? And I say to them, look, the folks who voted for George Santos probably didn't know jack squat about George Santos, except for the fact he had an R next to his name, and they were ticked off the Democrats that minute, and they just decided to vote for the Republican. Same thing happened to that school board I was talking about. So we need more people to actually dig in, and we need more flavors, more teams, if you will. It's one reason why I think what the Forward Party is doing. You talk about nonpartisan. That to me is the answer. If we can start seeing individuals as folks who have their own viewpoints, and you have to figure out, hey, I like what this person's about, or I don't like it, instead of saying I'm just going to pull the lever for the team, which, by the way, is getting worse around the country. There are more and more people that are just looking up saying, hey, it's blue versus red. And there are various states that are actually implementing party line voting, which is to say, look, don't even vote for the human anymore. Just tell us what team, and then we'll pull the lever for you.
Well, look, I have to tell you, man, I've been in politics since the mid 1970s, and my view of it is, I guess over time, I've kind of come to appreciate the value of that sort of backroom, leaving the political process to the political pros. But what you realize is how ultimately damaging that is to the idea that citizen participation is the core of why this thing works. What I find offensive and I object to so much is the fact that more and more citizens see that power given to us by our founding documents, especially the three most powerful words, we the people, ceding that power to the politicians and officials that are an extension of us, effectively, and who have themselves given up on the value of that citizen participation to the point where, as we see in the media today, they can just get on the air and lie outright to them, or politicians can promise the moon, the sun, and the stars, and deliver coal and dust. And that's sufficient. And so for me, reanimating the idea of citizen participation, whether it is through ranked choice voting, national popular voting, final five voting, all those particular strategies really, to me, become the new skeleton, if you will, of a more open, inclusive, progressive in the small p usage of the term, economy, politics, education, so that citizens actually can begin to see and realize some real benefits because they have a much more direct hand in it.
You know what you just said reminded me of, Michael? You know that saying, amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. Yeah. where you're talking the logistics of how to actually make it more nonpartisan or bipartisan. And when you look at final five voting or ranked choice voting or nonpartisan primaries, they all got implemented in Alaska in 2020, and we saw immediate results where you had Mary Peltola, an anonymous state legislator, beat Sarah Palin, the national phenom. And now Mary Peltola is very much an independent voice in Congress, and she endorsed Lisa Murkowski, who is a Republican who voted to impeach Trump and fended off a Trump-endorsed challenger, and is very much her own person. So you have one Democrat, one Republican, both willing to cross party aisles. They endorsed each other, and it's born of a system that is empowering the average voter. That's saying, look, we're not going to separate you into camps anymore. Anyone can vote for anyone, and you choose the winner via ranked choice voting. And that made someone like Mary or someone like Lisa, who's not a rock thrower, and instead would all the time be like, what, you're voting for that person? Great, put me second. and that was enough to build a consensus.
Well, and that for me is the operative word, and it goes to the heart of your efforts at the Forward Party, as well as a lot of the other groups that I'm working with as well is this idea of consensus, because that at the core of it is what this sort of four-letter word of modern politics, bipartisanship, is all about. It's about building a consensus. In fact, I don't even refer to bipartisanship too much anymore. I really talk about building a consensus, because a consensus for me says that Michael and Andrew are prepared as elected officials, as decision makers, to recognize they're going to have to give a little to get a little, and that they're willing to put some things on the table that in other circumstances and scenarios they probably wouldn't, because it wouldn't be to their political advantage to do so. But if the political advantage is that we get to good governance, that we get a good solution, if that's what we're about, then this idea of building a consensus around those things makes so much more sense. And it then also begs that we really put the pressure on the political establishments, those that are established and those that are being established, to recognize and respect our desire as citizens that we want consensus builders.
Yeah, that's what most Americans want, for sure. I mean, you look at the polling and everyone knows that there's a zone of agreement, and about putting pressure on the establishment. So getting rid of party primaries and saying, look, let's have final five, or everyone can vote for everyone and it gets decided via ranked choice voting. So it had enormous results in Alaska. And then they tried to do the same thing in Nevada this past November, and both the major parties came out against it. And so you look at that and say, wait a minute, like, isn't this going to be good for people, voters, consensus building? But then the established parties are like, but wait, like, we like things the way they are. And there was particular disappointment in the Democratic Party, who controlled a lot of the Nevadan seats of government, where I was in Nevada trying to, frankly, get people to vote for this proposition that would, establish like an all-party primary. And the Democratic Party was sending text messages out to Nevadan voters saying, vote no. Vote no. And what they said in these text messages, Michael, was like, it would be too confusing for voters to have to decide like among all candidates. Like, we just want to keep this the same. And happily, the Nevadan voters saw through this. They said, like, that's not what I want to vote for. And they voted yes on question 3, even though both parties came out against it.
Yeah, because voters are so dumb. It is the craziest. I mean, that's the attitude. But and you've heard me say this before, that look, neither the Republican Party nor the Democratic Party wants every voter who's eligible to vote to vote.
No, they definitely don't. That would be disastrous for them.
They don't. And folks need to understand that at the end of the day, Republicans only want their voters to vote. Democrats only want their voters to vote, which is why there's such a broad swath of voters who don't participate. And even in the primaries, go and look at the primary elections. And look at the total number of registered Democrats and registered Republicans who are eligible to vote in a primary election, and then look at the total number that show up and actually vote. Even in our race here in Maryland for the governor's the governor's primary in 2022, there are 900,000 registered Republicans out of 4 million voters, registered voters in Maryland. Only 200 and some thousand participated in the primary. And as a result of that, we got this hard right, crazy MAGA candidate who went on to lose the general election by 60 points. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just doing some math. If you had 250,000 out of 4 million people, you're talking about the most extreme 6% in the state, choosing a guy who was like totally not representative of the majority of Republicans or people statewide.
Exactly. And so that's a part of how we break the system.
Yeah.
The other thing I've been giving some thought about on this, and certainly around this issue of bipartisanship, I wrote a piece that folks can find at the Peter G. Peterson Foundation about how we begin to rise above the gridlock. And so we've been talking about how we get into the process and how we change it on the ground in the primaries, but we still have to deal with the numbnuts who are already in the office, who are already in the job. And so the question becomes, what are some of the strategies you think we can begin to look at or should be looked at to help change that environment, that space,
that set of incentives? Totally
right.
And you just hit it on the head when you talk about the extremists who ended up controlling the nomination for governor in Maryland. Imagine if it was open to all voters at the same time, then that wacko doesn't win. So you got to introduce more energy and voters into the process so that you wind up with someone who's more representative. And in Nevada, the winning argument, the first advertisement for the proposition was a military veteran looking straight to camera saying, I went overseas to defend the country. I'm an independent. I can't vote in our primaries, and I don't think that's right. And then a bunch of Nevadans saw that and said, hey, you should be able to vote. So if his equivalents voted in Maryland, then you end up with better incentives for people coming into the system, but also for the people who are already in the system, because they have to answer to 51% of the population, which is what we imagine it is now,
right,
instead of the 5 or 10% on one extreme or the other.
Yeah, I think when I'm looking at the landscape of the existing polity out there and the various ways Democrats and Republicans interact, it's certainly a far cry from what we experienced in the 80s and 90s up to the mid 90s, where you saw much more focus, because it was a genuine part of the goal of each party to try to deliver something big for their people. So, it's how we get welfare reform under Clinton with a Republican House, is how we, balance the nation's budget. It's how we deal with conflicts abroad, where there's the general consensus that's built around cooperation and working together. What I've found is that sense of working together is no longer at play here.
And
members aren't incentivized to work.
If you try and work together.
Yes.
It was a U.S. senator who said this to me, which is what we have to change. And you and I are going to do it along with everyone watching. So let's team up and save democracy. But she said, we're at a point now in America where a problem is worth more to us unaddressed than addressed. Because if I leap forward to solve it, I'm going to get beat up on my base. If I don't solve it, I can get you mad about it. I can raise money off it. I can get votes around it. So that's the central incentive problem, is that neither side is actually served by reaching across the aisle and solving something. They're actually better off by pointing at it and saying they're to blame.
Yeah, it's the easiest cop out in politics, is to point your finger at someone else and go, they're the problem. That's the reason why we didn't get it done. And I have to be honest, it was one of the superpowers of Donald Trump in 2016 when he played off of that, and in addition to saying they're the problem, also outlined what it is he wanted to do, and actually did it. And so when he said he wanted to deconstruct the administrative state, everybody's like, yeah, right. He started to do it. And people were like, oh, okay. And when he said, hey, here are my list of judges that I'm going to put on the bench, we're going to overturn Roe versus Wade. Guess what? He did it. Now, we can argue about, oh my God, that was like crazy as hell. We don't want to do that again, right? Because it was so anti-democratic on so many levels. But what it does speak to, I think, Andrew, is what people are actually looking for out there. A, the incentives, but B, the leadership that actually executes on the promise made, that says, look, I understand the trouble that you're having at your kitchen table right now. I understand the trouble you're having in your business. These are the things we're all prepared to do together. to address those things. My hope is that we have leaders who kind of emerge in this space in a way that allows us to move beyond the partisan bickering, the sort of landlocked attitude we have, us against them, and the inability to get anything done. You got the final word, my friend.
Oh, no, well, thank you. That is the hope, Michael, that we have a different form of leadership that wants to bring people together, that wants to get things done, and has that positive vision that Americans can see themselves in and get excited about. But it's also effective, to your point, because we are so tired of the back and forth, the blame game. And if we don't provide good, solid leadership, people will go for whatever is offered to them. And that can involve, unfortunately, real threats to our democracy.
That it will. Well, that about does it. So I appreciate you guys joining us for the conversation. Andrew, it's always good to see you, bro.
You too, Michael. Let's go save this country of ours together. No pressure or anything.
No pressure. No pressure.
All right. So thank you, everybody, and welcome to this panel on how does white supremacy threaten democracy. It's not the typical topic that always gets discussed, and so I'm really grateful to have an opportunity to dig into this with people who really are experts and focus their work on these issues. But before we get started, let me first introduce myself. So I'm Steve Phillips, and I'll be the moderator. And I'm an author and activist and writer. Just recently published a book, How We Win the Civil War, and I am the founder of the organization Democracy in Color, a political media organization and I do a column for The Guardian and the Nation. And so why don't we have each of the panelists actually introduce themselves and do more justice to themselves than I will. So I'll turn it to each of you. You could just say, excuse me, a little bit, just a few sentences about who you are and what your work is, and then we can get into the question. So why don't we start with you, Eric Ward.
Thanks, Steve. My name is Eric Ward. I am Executive Vice President of Race Forward, a national civil rights organization committed to advancing race equity policy at the local and national level. I'm a longtime civil rights organizer with about 3 decades of community organizing experience. And my area of focus has been on helping communities respond to hate violence and to hate organizing.
Great. Christine.
Hi, everyone. This is Christine Chen. I'm the founder and executive director for Asian and Pacific Islander American Vote. We're the nation's leading organization focusing on building political power for Asian American and Pacific Islanders by working with local nonprofits in over 28 states, just so that way we could actually continue to better address the public policies issues impacting our communities. Thank you so much.
All right. And Eileen?
Hi, and it's nice to be at the 92nd Street Y. I'm Eileen Hershenov. I'm Senior Vice President for Democracy Initiatives at ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, and that is the nation's largest anti-hate organization. And my job is to really look at our expertise and experience in fighting domestic extremism, anti-Semitism, online hate, and our work in civil rights, and trying to leverage that up to protect democracy, which is under such threat here. My background is as a civil and human rights lawyer and a general counsel for Wikipedia and the Open Society Foundations in the past. And I also have a background in tech law and policy.
All right. Well, glad to be in conversation with everybody. And this is a, unusual constellation of talent and a spectrum of experiences. And so I'm really excited to kind of get into this and lift these issues up. So let me kind of just frame up a little bit the conversation, and then I have kind of questions for each of you. Then we'll kind of talk in general. And then just to tee you up, Eileen, I think I'm going to start actually with you with the first question, so you can start thinking about that. But I wanted to just kind of offer a framing that this whole question around white supremacy threatening democracy. And there's a phrase that Taylor Branch had used, that I actually stole from him to use as the title of the introduction to my book, about a choice between democracy and whiteness. And so what Branch was talking about, he was in conversation, excuse me, he was in conversation with Isabel Wilkerson after a lot of the white domestic terrorism during Trump's administration, particularly in 2018, and most particularly around the Tree of Life synagogue massacre. And what they were saying, where do you think we are in terms of the historical sweep of this country at this point, in terms of the various periods of trying to move forward on civil rights, multiracial democracy, and then backlash, et cetera. And what Brandt says is that in terms of the underlying driving forces of this sense of white nationalism and white domestic terrorism, is that people said they would not stand for being a minority in their own country. And the real question is, if offered a choice between democracy and whiteness, how many would choose whiteness? And then Wilkerson says, we let that hang in the air for a minute, neither of us willing to hazard a guess as to that one. And so I use that for the opening to my book, because I really did, as a description of January 6th and the whole insurrection, where you had the height of democracy. 50 different governors had all signed off on the election, saying that Joe Biden had won. And then you had an actual insurrection against that. Excuse me. And so people said, we didn't want democracy. We want this man who's the proud white nationalist to be the president, and tried to stop democracy. So that, I think, is really a lot of what we're actually grappling with at this moment. And so, Eileen, I did want to start with you in terms of, you could talk more about the context and background around the Tree of Life massacre. People think that it was attacking a Jewish synagogue, so how does that tie into racism and white supremacy? So if you could kind of talk more about that and what that represented and how that came about in the context for what we've been grappling with in the country.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Steve. So the Tree of Life terrorist act, for those who, there's been so many, it's hard to remember. It was in 2018. It was the largest lethal attack on Jews. It was at a synagogue. Actually, it was 3 synagogues in Pittsburgh in 2018. And the white supremacist shooter there blamed Jews, and we know this because he said so on Gab and other platforms in a manifesto. He blamed Jews for orchestrating the takeover and the white genocide of non-Hispanic white Christians of European descent from Black and brown people, from immigrants in particular, but Black and brown people more generally. And one of the things is as my friend, colleague, and teacher Eric has written so brilliantly about, one of the things about the white supremacists and white nationalists and this conspiracy theory called the Great Replacement theory is that they believe that brown people and Black people are so subhuman that they couldn't orchestrate this themselves. There must be some both uber and subhuman evil, some conspiracy, and that's the Jews. This 2% of Americans, 0.02% of the world population, who must be orchestrating this takeover. So in 2017, when you heard the Unite the Right neo-Nazis shouting, Jews will not replace us, they didn't mean the vanishingly small number of Jews in the United States would replace them. They meant Jews will not orchestrate a plot to replace us. So this Great Replacement theory, which comes in a more mainstream, slightly more palatable version from Tucker Carlson and Trump and so many people around him, says that the Democrats are global elites, often a code for whites, or global financial people are trying to get immigrants and Black and brown people who shouldn't vote either legally or shouldn't vote because they're not real Americans. And that's sort of behind this voting fraud. And the last thing I want to say to connect this Great Replacement theory to the January 6th insurrection is that Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, who's been since January 6th conducting quarterly surveys to understand the sentiment supporting political violence, he found out that of the now 999, I think it is, people who have been arrested by the Department of Justice for the insurrection in January 6th, aside from how populous their counties were, the biggest predictor of sending insurrectionists is those that had the largest decrease in non-Hispanic white population over the last few years. So we see the motivational conspiracies for this white supremacy, this anti-democratic conspiracy theory that's underlying the political violence and the claims of voter fraud to be different versions of the white supremacist great replacement theory, which brings in this conspiracy theory of anti-Semitism to disenfranchise people, to act as though it's the explanation. Not that democracy is, but that this is the explanation. That's how the anti-Semitism of them comes in, and it denies agency to Black and brown people also.
Yeah, and I would just, actually, I didn't even realize some of those different pieces that you're making, but also to kind of lift up the point around the Tree of Life synagogue piece, that happened specifically in the context of the midterm elections, and that Trump was trying to whip up hysteria around this whole Central American caravan that was supposed to be coming to the border, freaking people out. And they're like saying there were those chat records from the shooter that he was following this and getting increasingly alarmed by those, and that's what led him to actually go and conduct that massacre. And then even when you mentioned this whole Jews would not replace us piece, I didn't realize, a friend of mine who was actually helping me fact check my book, that around the Charlottesville demonstration in 2017, where the car was driven into the white woman protester headed higher, that there's actually YouTube video. You can hear ostensibly it was about trying to defend the Confederate monuments of the white supremacists, that march. But you can hear during the march that they're saying Jews will not replace us. And so I had really thought it was like, you will not replace us. But if you listen to that YouTube video, you can actually hear quite clearly that thing. So Eric, I want to turn to you in this question. I mentioned Heather Heyer in Charlottesville, who gave her life in the struggle for multiracial democracy. I try to connect her up in the tradition of Viola Liuzzo, who also gave her life in the 60s civil rights movement. We don't actually often talk about the role of whites who have stood up against white domestic terrorism. And so I wonder if you could actually talk a little bit about that tradition in terms of how there have been white people who have tried to take a stand on behalf of multiracial democracy.
This is a really important question and a narrative. And as a racial justice leader and a civil rights activist, it's important to understand the narrative, right? That we live in a society that was influenced by white supremacy. It was the core of the formation of American society. And I always have people take a breath these days because saying the word white supremacy raises anxiety, but we're talking about a system, right? It was a system that coded into law chattel slavery, right? The free exploited labor of Black people. It encoded the theft of resources and the lives of Native people, and the control of sexuality in society. This is how society orchestrated and socialized itself. None of us are responsible for that. None of us should feel guilty. We weren't here in the construction of that. But that was also part of the birth of the United States of America. Now, folks have always challenged that across racial and religious lines in America, and we should understand that there has always been resistance to exclusion, and many of us have fought for inclusion and equity. The civil rights movement was a significant moment in American history where that happens. A Black Southern coalition, right, draws allies from the white and Jewish communities largely, and formulates out of the South a national desire to confront the vestiges of white supremacy as the rule of law. Basically, the idea that white people were superior and Black people were inferior simply based off of skin color. That civil rights movement is successful. And what's successful about it, I believe, Steve, is that what we're seeing articulated in the narrative of the Southern liberation movement in the 1960s is an idea that I call Black pluralism. The idea that Black liberation is grounded in the belief, right, that a multiracial democracy that speaks to the needs of all people is the best way to guarantee a Black civil rights in this country. And Black leadership has fought and died with that, along with allies. Now, here's an interesting thing to get to your specific question around white allies. I almost don't think of them as allies. These are individuals, these are whites in society, right? Jews in society, Muslims who are non-people of color, right? A whole diverse set of folks who understand that in inclusive democracy, people-centered, accountable, and transparent, that upholds the highest aspirations of the Constitution, is a society that we want to live in. And to live in that society means the idea of beginning to both address past systems of racial discrimination and religious discrimination, and setting the conversation about what it means to live in a single, inclusive America. Now, in the 1960s, when this Black civil rights movement emerges, I think there's an important note that we should all take into account. At no point in the life of Martin Luther King Jr. did the majority of white America, the majority of America, support the vision of Martin Luther King Jr. That may be hard to believe again, but I'm gonna say it again, right? The majority of America never supported, and particularly white America, ever supported Martin Luther King Jr. during his lifetime. In fact, in America today, right, more white people are supportive of Black Lives Matter as a percentage, right, than were supportive of Martin Luther King Jr., the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or other aspects of the civil rights movement. The truth is that since the civil rights movement, something quite significant has happened. A significant portion of white America believes and has decided to align itself with the vision of an inclusive democracy. And typically that number falls around a third of white America. Now, the white nationalist movement that is afraid of the changing demographics in society, what that means in terms of political and economic power, is realizing that their vision of an America, whether it's white supremacists, whether it's authoritarianism, right, whether it's grounded in the replacement theory, have lost the support of a third of white America. And it has frightened this white nationalist movement so much, right, that it engaged in activities and built a coalition that nearly toppled democracy on January 6th. The truth is each and every day, more of white America is finding that it has more identity in being part of an inclusive democracy than in whiteness or Blackness or whatever racial categories that have been constructed. Heather Heyer is an example of that. James Reeve and Viola Liuzzo, who you spoke of earlier, were early examples of that in the 1960s. The worst mistake we could make in this moment is to believe the white nationalist myth, right, that white Americans are not aligned with the vision of a multiracial society. It's simply not true. Now, while it's not a majority still, I want to flip the reverse for a second. Imagine, right, that the Proud Boys could claim that they had 30% of Black America's support right now, right? We would all be appalled. They would be celebrating that fact that 30% of Black America believes in their vision of exclusion. We have to understand that we have a powerful coalition within white America. We need to figure out how to tap into it. It's not about centering it. It's about making it part of this broad, unified vision for American democracy. We are actually the majority across racial lines.
I'm trying to make that point that we are in fact the majority, but a lot of people don't it's not how they carry themselves. Christine, turning to you, I was actually on a panel at the Tucson Festival of Books with this writer, Efrain Olivares, who wrote My Boy Will Die of Sorrow. And he was pointing out, like, these things but don't actually pause to think about them in the clarity of it. So I've known about the Chinese Exclusion Act throughout history. I hadn't fully appreciated that it's actually the only piece of legislation specifically targeting a particular nationality to exclude them. And so then kind of thinking about that, and it makes me think back 2015 and the early 2016 when Trump was running. I was all like, there'd be no way that we could target a particular group in terms of really being able to do that. And then that, the Japanese internment was a long time ago, but then we had the president of the United States putting forward a Muslim ban, right? And so you have that background. Then we have COVID. Then you have the president of the United States talking about China flu. And then a whole spate of anti-Asian violence erupting. So I was wondering if you could kind of give us the context for this moment in terms of a lot of what we have seen in terms of the anti-Asian specific violence that we've been facing, and then how that ties into the longer history and context of Asians vis-a-vis this country.
Right. It's true. As we've seen throughout American history, when xenophobic and white supremacist politicians and organizations gain power, one of the priorities that we see and tactics that are utilized is about restricting immigration and demonizing those who are already here. And so we're starting to see history continue to repeat itself. Asian Americans specifically has been used as a scapegoat and perceived as perpetual foreigners. So even there are those of us who are second, third, fourth generation, who have been Americans with a long family history, we're constantly seen as this perpetual foreigner. And they're played out in terms of different themes, such as that these immigrants are here to steal jobs and harm the economy, specifically now with the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party has been created. We've been seeing rhetoric, and we're monitoring that because even though there are very much real concerns about the Chinese Communist Party, we have to be careful about correlating that to the Chinese or Asian American community here, right? And we saw that when, in the 80s with the rise of Japan's economy, and now with this rhetoric about U.S.-China economic competition. The other theme that we also see is that Asian Americans are potential spies. We saw that with the internment of Japanese Americans. And now, specifically, a lot of professionals, scientists, professors who are Chinese and Asian American are constantly being under investigation, wrongly accused of selling secrets, and then later on, the charges are actually dropped, right? But many times they're not able to get back their lives or get redemption. And we're seeing this cross the border where these investigations are being done carelessly, and it really is about utilizing racial profiling. More recently, Congresswoman Judy Chu, who was aligned with Dominic Ng, who's also a Biden appointee for the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation, they were being accused about having ties to the Chinese communists and being anti-American. And so once again, as we continue, what I'm really worried about as we head into the presidential election cycle, the tensions and this type of rhetoric is actually going to continue and get exasperated.
Thank you for that, for all of you. So I have a question I want to hear from each person about, and that I think we've all had different interactions with the world of philanthropy. I mean, I've kind of been in that space. Eric served his time at Ford in terms of being in philanthropy. So, but it's also notable to me how much that world has changed, and even in terms of a lot of people from technology space stepping in very big ways. And so, both specifically, and then maybe as a way to focus the question, right? So, so Mackenzie Scott has been this transformative figure in terms of moving billions of dollars in terms of to basically, which she probably described as progressive philanthropy. But I guess as people working in this space, people dealing with the various manifestations of white supremacy, if Mackenzie Scott called you up and asked you for, one or two pieces of advice or guidance, what would you recommend in terms of the focus of that scale of philanthropy around how to tackle and reduce this threat of white supremacy? So, Eileen, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Well, not just because the moderator, but you're the moderator, but because I really like and learn so much from your book, I would tell, if I would be lucky enough to advise Mackenzie Scott, that she should look for places that experience people who know about grassroots organizing and the real ability to, I mean, when you're flipping on the partisan way, a red state to purple or blue. Ground games, data-driven plans, ground games, grassroots organizing, still not supported enough. Of course, you got to support the right things. I would also say that although I know you focus a lot, Steve, on the progressive movement, that a larger pro-democracy movement isn't going to succeed in this country unless we make it okay for pro-democracy conservatives to have more of a voice. And some of the groups that are doing that, I'm working with a small but growing group of largely but not completely white evangelical pastors who are focusing on women and young people in their communities and talking to them, or people like Gary Kasparov, who can speak to certain conservative communities and say, let me give you this dissident, whether Jewish or Muslim or otherwise, who says, look what happened in India, Turkey, Venezuela, Hungary, Poland. It's not a left-right Republican Democratic thing. So I think going to those communities and working with maybe unusual allies and bedfellows is so important. I also think having local news and organizations where people can come together in ways like, the demise of unions meant that there was a lot less place for multiracial gatherings with a shared vision. But support of local news, ground games, pro-democracy, conservative voices.
Eric, we're actually coming towards the end of our time, but did you have from your lessons from your time in philanthropy as you want to pass on to the titans of that field now?
Yeah, I would say seriously, for those in philanthropy who are serious about defending democracy, the first thing we have to remember, right, is to defend democracy means we have to continue to build democracy. And democracy building in America, right, must come, right, from a multiracial perspective, right? That is how we counter white nationalism, right? Two, if we are to counter white nationalism, philanthropy has to help non-Jewish organizations expand its capacity and understanding of anti-Semitism, the single driving narrative of this white nationalist threat. All of us pay the price of this unchecked anti-Semitic narrative, right? From Black people worshiping in churches, right, to immigrants on the border, to the Jewish community itself, to Muslim communities. So funders have to help us build out that capacity. The third is this, Steve, right? We have to get to a place of governance. If we are the majority and we are admitting that we are now in a multiracial democracy, we have to prepare people to govern. Folks have to know what it looks like and what it feels like to live in that inclusive democracy. And that doesn't happen with just funding mobilization. That's important. But we have to fund deep governance development amongst our leaders, our communities, and our institutions. Spend all of your money philanthropy. If you've been hoarding your dollars, right, for that one rainy day, I'm here to tell you, we are in that moment. Spend your money, save democracy.
I also just want to add that we also cannot forget communities and organizations that are just now emerging. So because what is happening, especially with mis and disinformation spreading widely in language, in a wide variety of different platforms that are really specific to different communities, they're not necessarily getting the information and engagement from the political parties. So it's really about investments in local, trusted, community-based organizations that can do this work, can reach these newly immigrant populations and make sure that they get the correct information. And it's also in terms of making sure that we don't drive a wedge between these different communities of colors and allied organizations.
Right. All right, so we're close to the end. I'd like to finish up with just a quick question. I mean, it's a small question with a large answer, but it'd be a quick response from each of you, because obviously this is a very, sober, serious, and intense topic, and that, the fact that we're still discussing it. I saw that editorial cartoon once that had people on a ship, and it says 1619 above it, and it says, surely they can't treat us this way forever, right? And so the fact that we're still having this conversation is a sobering fact. But I'd like to wrap on a more hopeful note in terms of just really quickly, in the space of all the difficulties that we're facing, can you each share one thing that gives you a sense of hope and optimism? So why don't we start with you, Christine?
I would say it really is about this new generation of activists and community organizers. We know with the census numbers, the demographics are changing, where multiracial youth are really becoming the majority. And because of that, and with that perspective, I really believe that, coalition building isn't necessarily, it's not just a necessity, but it really is about a way of life. And they're really going to be leading the way with that. And we're already seeing that in terms of how we're seeing even the elections being had in Georgia and Nevada, where these multiracial coalitions are being built and turning out these, voters for the causes that they all care about.
So the thing that really gives me hope right now is, for the first time in a large scale, I'm starting to see diverse tables where we are seeing folks who don't agree on everything coming together because they understand that preserving inclusive democracy, right, is the critical step in this moment. So I'm watching Republican ranchers, right, sitting next to blue-haired Mohawk punk rockers, right? And we're having deep discussions, and it gives me hope, because at the end of the day, we have to remember, right, if the authoritarians and the white nationalists collapse the GOP, the Republican Party, they still win, because all that is left is a single party in this country. And a single party of a country is called authoritarianism, right? And so everyone is understanding that in this moment, we need to respond to this assault. Whether we like it or not, we live in a two-party system. And the complete capture and takeover of the GOP by white nationalists is simply unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable for any of us, regardless of our political background. And I'm starting to see these conversations begin to happen. And it's giving me real hope.
Great. Eileen?
Well, there is really a theme here, so maybe that's also something. Well, I am also seeing, especially younger, multiracial groups, where on the left side, if you will, there's less of a single political purity litmus test. And on the right as well. Sometimes that comes together against political violence, regardless of what else. I'm actually seeing it broader about democracy. So that gives me hope, because I think the ball game is in the local and state areas, and that kind of coalition that both Christine and Eric just talked about, I'm seeing too.
Right. Yeah, and on that theme of where the opportunity and we're seeing at the state level being encouraging as well as having significant implications, and I'll just kind of wrap with that is Cory Booker quotes Raphael Warnock, so I'll steal from both of them, but this juxtaposition between January 5th and January 6th. And so in that, on January 5th, you had the first Jewish senator being elected from Georgia, and you had the literal successor to Martin Luther King being elected to the United States Senate on the strength of a multiracial, youth-driven coalition that then led to transforming politics in the entire country, because they changed the whole composition of the priorities of our elected officials. And so that's Raphael Warnock's phrase: are we going to be a January 5th country, or are we going to be a January 6th country? And so the fact that they have had that success, I think, is something that gives me a lot of hope as well. And then we also can hope with all the work that you guys are doing. I've enjoyed the panel. I've enjoyed the insights. It's been very helpful. I may actually be following up with you, Eileen, about this project. I'm interested in around how do we try to engage more white folks in the racial justice movement. But I want to thank you all for your work and for your time on the panel. And hopefully people have learned a little bit about how not only how does white supremacy threaten democracy, but how can we protect democracy in that context. So thank you all very much.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Kern, a tech policy reporter at Politico, and we have an esteemed group of panelists today to discuss what's at the intersection of journalism, disinformation, and cybersecurity. We'll go through and introduce everyone. We have Renee DeRista, research manager at the Stanford Internet Observatory. Mutale Knande, CEO of AI for the People, a nonprofit whose goal is to eliminate the underrepresentation of Black professionals in the American technology sector by 2030. And Kate Starboard, associate professor at the Human Centered Design and Engineering group at the University of Washington. So it's a very broad topic we're tackling today. I want to just dive right in and see what the panelists think about what role journalists can play in stopping the spread of misinformation and disinformation online today. We have a pretty pertinent example of the lawsuit filed against Fox News for the allegations of spreading disinformation related to Donald Trump winning the 2022 elections. That's just one example. But just kind of what responsibility you see journalists playing and their role in free expression and ensuring misinformation isn't being spread via the media. And just go around, whoever wants to start.
Well, I think the first one you've already said is that journalists need to protect themselves from becoming vectors of disinformation. As we consider, one of the major problems that we're facing is just a diminished trust in the information that we see. And when journalists and journalism become vectors for disinformation, that's just contributing to diminished trust, which is aggravating the problem.
I think also to add to that, and this isn't really the individual journalists, but journalism as an industry has to find a way of decoupling the profit motive from the role that they should play, which is to hold power to account and to help us understand our society. And in the example of Fox News, one of the things that's been so fascinating to me is Murdoch actually turning kind of against his own reporters and saying, this sold. This was something that our viewers wanted to see, so we went with it. And I think it's very confusing if the line for a journalist is we want more clicks, we want more views, we want more listeners, versus we want to provide this unbiased information in the public good and to hold the powerful to account.
I think that incentive piece is really huge. One of the things that is changing is the ways in which journalists have to kind of compete for attention. So you have the major brands of mainstream broadcast media, kind of very storied, established media, and then you have this proliferation of new voices that have entered the ecosystem. But everyone is very much in competition for attention. And oftentimes this manifests as trying to post the most kind of sensational headline on Twitter where the substance of the article doesn't even really reflect what's in the headline, or it's framed as a provocative question, a clickbait question. And the sort of worst inclinations that social media's attention game has created for ordinary people or for companies competing for attention, it's also been picked up at times by media, both old and new. And I think that these are questions about how we resist those impulses, given the financial implications for having the best headline, are really key here.
Right. And you're talking about social media, kind of what role should those companies, or what responsibilities should they play in policing mis and disinformation? We've seen different approaches, and Mutale maybe could talk about the transition of Twitter into the hands of Elon Musk and how he has since rolled back some of the misinformation policies, or at least the enforcement of such. So, just seeing how platforms handle it and what responsibility they have in curtailing it, if that's where the onus lies. Obviously, it lies on the journalists too, but if platforms could police it, do you think they're doing a good enough job?
I think it's complicated, right? I'm no longer on Facebook, but when I was on Facebook, I did use that status update. And I think it's complicated for a number of different reasons. First of all, there is the legal protection that is offered to platforms through Section 230, and where we've just seen legal arguments by the Supreme Court in which the Twitter lawyers were very villain in saying, you know, Section 230, Section 2 says that we don't have to police our platforms, and even if we do, and the information is misleading or harmful, it's not our responsibility to take it down. So on a very legalistic level, there is no reason for this to be done. However, having said that, and this kind of gets to Musk, I do work with TikTok and their content moderation advisory council. And one of the things that's really interesting there are some of the questions that trust and safety teams play within companies, along with policy teams, in terms of what do we keep up? What do we keep down? What are our community standards? How do we abide by them? But it kind of goes back to my initial answer with journalists. These are also businesses. And content, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, are commodities. So how do we balance between the two? Now, with my policy hat on, I would say that platforms should be responsible for the advancement of harmful content. My lawyer friends then would be like, what does that mean and how do we define that? So that was a very long way of me saying it's very complicated.
I think we're also in a challenging moment where the U.S., but elsewhere as well, people are really polarized in how they feel about the platforms being heavy-handed in terms of, especially in terms of taking content down or even demoting content. And I think that we have to acknowledge that that's a moment, and that some people do not think that's a legitimate role for platforms in sort of shaping information spaces, and begin to concentrate it. If we accept that, what does that mean? Well, that means we have to think about, well, designing better systems that don't privilege this sort of content that, agitates us and gets us to spread things that are harmful and untrue, and also thinking about education initiatives and other kinds of approaches to addressing the problem without specifically like taking content down. That just might not be, that kind of moderation might not be feasible in the next few years based on the polarization around that topic.
What are some solutions you could see taking place either in the private sector to address mis and disinformation, or at the federal agency level or in Congress? I think we're pointing to the polarization or politicization of information, so that there is not often agreement on what is mis and disinformation based on your political leanings. So do you think that's not necessarily something you'll see Congress get an agreement upon? Or do you think it's not a role that government should play in moderating speech? Because we have seen under the Biden administration attempting a disinformation governance board to actually go after this issue, and then Republicans go after that as infringing First Amendment speech. So it's a difficult issue to address with the First Amendment intact. I'm just curious what kind of solutions or pathways do you potentially see our government or Congress at all taking, if they have a role here?
Well, I was going to say I don't see a role for. First of all, I don't see Congress doing any regulation. Candidly, it hasn't regulated anything in 7 years. I don't know why it would start this year. It's highly polarized, and the different parties want different things. So I just don't see that as a realistic thing. I think that you'll see Europe, particularly through the DSA, begin to come up with frameworks that will apply to the American internet that will actually affect the American user experience as well, because the platforms are not necessarily going to have wholly separate systems for their European versus their American users. But on the subject of the role of government, the government has weighed in the past on mis and disinformation claims in the form of counter speech, right? And it can participate as a counter speaker in the marketplace of ideas. It can put out commentary saying, this is what we know to be the case. This is our understanding of the world as it is today. And I think that is there are incentivized parties that would perhaps undermine that role, that would turn any kind of government counter speech into censorship as well. So I do think that some, kind of civic education about the way in which the government participation in this space used to occur is a very useful one. There were entities in the 1980s, like the Active Measures Working Group, that specific to state actors would say, hey, there's Russian disinformation campaigns. They're happening in the context of people lying and saying that the CIA created AIDS, right? Here's what we know to be true about that. And this is a perfectly reasonable role for government to play. It can be a speaker in the space. What it can't do is request that other perspectives be taken down. And so in the interest of making people trust the government communication, that's where the broader problem of trust really comes into play. If the government is counterspeaking and 50% of the public distrusts the government, depending on which party is in power, that's not the most effective way to have counter messaging. So there are questions to ask around, in this new information environment, how do you both build trust, but also make not only the government provide that counter speech role, but who are the other people that can participate in that conversation as well?
And I also think we want to think about the government very specifically. The folks that should be doing counter speech, for instance, about elections should be local and state election officials. The folks that should be, addressing falsehoods about medical science might be public health officials. But to really kind of think about who should be the right speakers and how can we give them a voice. And report on that as well. I also think really thinking about, outside of government, or maybe even the government can help fund some of this, is education that helps people better recognize credible information and not just distrust everything, but actually figuring out how they can find information they can trust, especially online. And that may go hand in hand with designing better systems that give people the signals they need to be able to understand whether the information they're encountering is something they should trust. I think there's a lot of work that could be done there that doesn't necessarily invoke some of these politicized narratives right now.
And just lastly on that, I would argue that it really depends the society that you're operating in. There's a really famous example out of Taiwan where the Taiwanese government were able to use humor to get people to wear masks during COVID. And the campaign was called Humor Over Rumor. And the issue was people in Taiwan had been told that masks were made out of toilet paper. And if you remember, about 3 years ago, particularly if you lived in my house, we didn't care that we were going to run out of food. I cared that we were not going to have toilet paper. So I still, in March 2023, have toilet paper from my binge buy. And so what that government did was really counteract the story that masks were made out of toilet paper, and if you wear a mask, you're going to run out of toilet paper, by saying, look, the people that told you that are the toilet paper manufacturers, and we're not going to run out of toilet paper. We also don't know what COVID is, and we don't know if we can cure it. But if you could just wear a mask, we will think about it. And that was extremely successful. But it was also Taiwan. It was also not scary. And they also, at least at that point in time, and I'm talking about March, April 2020, didn't have these conspiracy theories, and they hadn't been locked down for months and months and months. So there is something also there about timing. Now, in the US context, the government, again, who are they? I do think that they have a role, but I also think that we, as a society, are not ready for them to really step into that role.
Another issue we were talking about in our preparation is the impact that mis and disinformation campaigns can have disproportionately on minority groups and people of color. And Mutale, this is an area you work in specifically. Could you kind of explain why this happens to be true, unfortunately, and what could be done to address this in these certain populations?
The evidence that we found is that it's all linked to geopolitics. So this idea of using Black people as a pawn in these greater fights about democracy really have a history. And I'm thinking specifically to an incident that happened in the United Nations in New York in 1960, where the Russian bloc, they were the USSR at the time, gave out these letters that were to the African contingency to disparage the US government. And what was happening in Africa at the time was this great independence, a move for independence on the continent. And they wanted African nations to align with the Russian power blocks as opposed to the American power blocks. Now, I am Zambian, and I can say, at least for my country and the countries in my region, we all wanted to wear jeans and be in happy days. So we aligned with the Americans. We had completely bought into this idea of the dream, but that wasn't necessarily the case. And it was really interesting to see that same tactic show up again in 2016 with the IRA, where at this point, we're not using letters, we're not at the UN, we're using memes, we're using paid for advertising and sending forth these messages that were basically either don't vote because America is racist, or don't vote for Hillary because she is racist. And even though she was a spouse, she passed all these laws. And what's really interesting is that the drive for civic participation is part of the Black American experience. So when we hear people saying don't vote, we run to vote as quickly as we can, because if we don't vote, then we might be in slavery. Nobody's trying for that. Let's not vote for that outcome, right? And then what I thought was brilliant, and Renee's work and her amazing team, and she can speak to this, was in 2020 when they discovered that, the American government has figured out what we did. We are now going to go to Africa and create troll farms and make people from Ghana and Nigeria pretend that they're Black Americans and still see these messages. So from our perspective, and even our interest in disinformation, it literally is, what is it? How can we spot it? And how do we get ourselves out the matrix? Like, this has nothing to do with us. We just, and it's really, really sad, because I'm speaking about elections and the franchise, but it's one of many tools to avoid Black people being able to exercise their rights to vote.
I think one thing that I would love to add to that is that one of the interesting experiences we've had is my team looks at both misinformation, disinformation, I should say in this case, state actor influence campaigns across the world, and they don't only target Americans. And so oftentimes you'll see the entire point is to create people who look plausibly like members of the community, agents of influence who can blend in and who speak as if they are members of the community, and who share content and present as again, members of whatever community they're targeting, wherever around the world it is. And one of the things that's interesting with that is that if you see the content and you're a member of the community, there's what we call the kind of uncanny valley at times. It's just not quite right. The language isn't quite there. Particularly I think some of the early, some of the Black women who were really highlighting Internet Research Agency, they didn't even know what it was at the time, but just these trolls that were presenting as Black people, and this question of, this is, the language is wrong. But then there's an interesting question of how do you bridge communities like researchers that maybe have quantitative tools to go and look at things and try to assess the scope of a network versus members of the impacted communities who can see it, know it's happening, but don't necessarily like those bridging ties didn't exist in 2016 or 2018 for that matter, but they really started to develop after that. And so I think that's one of the positive ways when we talk about combating disinformation, it really does become, how do you have communities and researchers working together to try to understand both the substance of the content and then the structure on which it moves, to have a fuller picture of particularly what a state actor or manipulative influence operation looks like.
I think it's really also important to piggyback on some of this, to understand why communities are vulnerable to disinformation campaigns. And this could be, African Americans, this could be rural white Americans, this could be people in Seattle that are worried about the perceptions of rising crime, that we're susceptible to these campaigns because there actually is something going on. Disinformation in particular often, builds around a true or plausible core or an actual, a real grievance. It's something that's really happening in these communities, and then uses distortions and manipulations to shape that grievance into action and agitation and narratives that don't necessarily align with the actual goals of those communities. And so I think it's really important to be empathetic with those communities that become vectors of disinformation, and think about, what are those vulnerabilities that are being taken advantage of here, and how do we both support that agency and that voice that they're trying to have, but recognize that they're often coming from a place of legitimate grievance. I think it's a really important way to approach some of these challenges.
Oh, that's a very good point. And is a way to combat it just an education campaign and ensuring these communities understand what is not true and what is true, and does it come from within those communities because that is the trusted voice, hopefully? I mean,
indeed. That's why local journalism is so important. The loss of local journalism is so important, and it's made these communities more vulnerable. I do that. I say that while looking out and being able to see this ball that used to be part of the Seattle PI, which doesn't exist anymore and was impersonated by the Russian troll farm after it closed up. Right. So we have this loss of media, of local media. And sort of a disintegration where instead of people looking in their local communities for information, they're actually finding it online from who knows where. And so we've got these new possibilities for exploitation and a little bit of a less sort of connection in some ways to the local community or the information providers that would be there. And I think we need to rebuild that.
And on top of that, for newspaper editors, giving journalists the time to really pursue local stories. If we're not going to have local media, then we need really rigorous local beats. I mean, we're all on this panel just after Alex McDougall, I think his last name, has just been convicted of those murders. But if you look at the way that story was broken, it was two journalists that were working in their local market who were not commissioned that story by their editor. So they started a podcast. And it was through the podcast that they were able to unravel what was a very, very local story. And it's become this much more national story. So seeing more of that would be really helpful. And then going back to social media companies, maybe they should be reinvesting in journalism. That's certainly something that we see in other countries, that there's some kind of tax or some kind of reinvestment plan so that we're not reliant on Facebook, or WhatsApp for our news, but we actually have well-resourced journalism institutions.
Yeah, that's very important. And I wanted to switch topics to another area we wanted to address in this panel, which is generative AI systems like ChatGPT, which are blowing up, and a lot of people are using in all sorts of ways. Some people are writing floor speeches in Congress with that, and some people are getting love notes, as we've seen Kevin Roose write about for New York Times. And it's kind of an unexplored area, which has a lot of, obviously, with any new technology, great potential, but potential pitfalls as well. And I wanted to just put to all of you what you see as some of the both positives and negatives when it comes to false information that these generative AI platforms could be providing, and whether that could be perceived as mis and disinformation, and how it could be potentially co-opted by state actors or potential influence campaigns down the line, if it isn't already being used in that purpose. So just throwing that out there and see what you see as some of the potential misinformation pitfalls that could be aligned with this new technology.
Yeah. So first of all, I think it's important to know people can do a great job producing false and misleading content all on their own. We don't, we don't even need robots to do that. What's different about it is the scale and the precision. And so when you think about, again, with any new technology, you have an extraordinary number of very, very positive uses. I've used GPT-3 now for about 2 years, and I'm a big fan of what it lets me do, just the kind of ways in which it lets me kind of automate away some of the busy work that I have to do sometimes. Where I think the interesting kind of negative side effect is the sort of weapon tool dichotomy is that you have an opportunity to produce far more content targeted for a very specific group of people. So when we were talking earlier about the uncanny valley, right, where Black women noticed that these trolls weren't talking the way that they were supposed to, they just weren't quite there. One of the things that generative text is very, very good at is you can fine tune it on a body of text from a particular community. And so there have been some interesting papers that have come out that have shown that it can actually write a manifesto in the style of a sovereign citizen, and that's differentiated from a manifesto in the style of perhaps a QAnon follower, because there's slightly different styles of vocabulary that are used there. There's different references that you might see. There's different parts of the lore that would be more or less prominent in if you were writing something persuasive as a real member of that community. And so there's a precision element for, that transforms manipulation. There's also a scale. You don't have to hire a bunch of trolls. You don't have to have people who are culturally competent or fluent. You instead can just use a machine to fill in those gaps. So it can lead to a proliferation. But one of the other pieces here is that notion of trust, which we've also talked about. And that's that, generally speaking, you still have to have someone or something that looks like a persuasive member of the community who can get that message out. And so people are attuned to, oh, look, this account that was created yesterday is suddenly talking to me, right? And so I think there are these ways in which we'll see not success in keeping content out. I think it's very, very hard to detect this stuff. But I think the momentum for platforms moves more to, are there coordinated networks that are spreading this stuff? And then there's also a market opportunity for new platforms that actually prioritize authenticated individuals who are in this space. And so it creates an option for people who do want to participate in a different style of social networking, where they're trying to decide what a new community formation might look like, as opposed to trying to keep it out of big community spaces that exist.
The only thing I would add to that is, in terms of generative AI, I'm really fascinated by this idea that it takes in user input and then creates something new. And so if the machine has created the misinformation, which I'll define as a rumor, right? It's information that's not true, it's not malicious, it's not trying to harm you, but it is untrue. Versus disinformation, which is what I was describing before, which is information that's not true and it's used for malicious intent. And if the machine creates that falsehood, then from a policy perspective, which is where AI for the people really lives its life, right? We're interested in the observation. It's cool that this thing is happening, but how are we going to create rules around this? How are we going to make it safe or leave it to be unsafe in society? Where is the accountability measure? And that's more where our thinking around ChatGPT and information integrity lies. And then kind of different conversation, but then what is the corpus that it's trained on? 175 billion data points, but we're still finding, as we use it, there are great omissions when it comes to questions around women, questions around people of color, disabled people, et cetera, et cetera. So is it that we need 175 trillion to say that it's a complete model and the billion is just a starting point? We don't know. And we also know that it lies. Like Bard said that some telescope was the first to take a picture and it was another telescope. So it's also kind of making stuff up at the moment too.
I want to play with a little bit of that idea that Natalia just shared, and thinking about sort of the resonant effects of as the ChatGPT is generating more content, and how that might get fed back into the system, and also how ChatGPT can actually be the target of manipulation through the training data itself. If you look at, Thomas Rid has written this book on active measures, and it's really fascinating. The last chapter, he starts to play with this idea that that active measures, disinformation campaigns of the Soviet style, they've recognized that in the Western world, we've thought about the social construction of reality as sort of this descriptive theory that reality is not just, black and white and is what it is, so that we actually socially construct it. Well, that the Soviet-style disinformation took that as a prescriptive strategy, that they could socially construct reality by shaping the information space. And as we begin to rely on ChatGPT to generate all this content, all this discourse, whether it's, the social media posts or the articles or even eventually broadcast and other kinds of things, that by manipulating the training data that goes into that model, you can shape reality. And I see that as like a vulnerability, a core vulnerability of these models. And they might not even know as these kinds of effects are happening where their training data is becoming manipulated. So there's a lot to think about as we face whatever comes next with these new generative AI models.
Great. I mean, we touched on everything. There's so much more I'm sure we all could say, but I wanted to respect everyone's time and thank you for weighing in on these very weighty issues and look forward to watching all of your work in this important space. So thank you again.
Share America is not about changing anyone's mind, and it's not about finding common ground. The goal is to say, I now see you as a human, even though you see things differently than I do.
In the United States, we don't understand each other.
We saw this as an opportunity to bring together groups that don't often connect.
You go around the circle, and only once everyone has had a chance to share their perspective do you then engage in sort of cross-dialogue of asking questions, all designed to understand rather than to persuade.
I saw people coming out of their shells, and myself as well.
I was riveted by the opportunity from the very beginning.
This process of our questioning really gave me a chance to build that trust.
There was so much vulnerability in that space, and I walked away feeling wonderful.
The opportunity to be in a space together with the intention of really learning from one another never happens.
Listening to the young people speak when they were in the center, well, like right to my core, I would hope that we would have more events like this, larger events, and making some people uncomfortable. I mean, I want to be uncomfortable. That's what keeps life worth living.
I think it's very important to share our perspectives of America to get to the sharing of America.
I hope the initiative continues to grow, not just in our local area, but nationwide.
This is one small group, but that's all you need to make change.
All right. Thank you so much for everyone for joining this extremely important panel on democracy. My name is Ross Morales-Riquetto. I'm going to be your moderator today. And as I mentioned a second ago, we're here to talk about democracy, the current state of democracy, how we got to where we are, where we're going, and then sort of where we fit into a broader international context and what we can possibly learn from other countries. We have some really incredible panelists with us today, who I will quickly introduce. We have Peabody County Recorder Gabriela Casares-Kelly. We have Secretary of State for Colorado, Jenna Griswold. We have Dr. Liliana Mason, who is an Agora Institute Associate Professor of Political Science at Johns Hopkins University. And we have Dr. Stephen Levitsky, who is a Professor of Latin American Studies and Professor of Government at Harvard University. I want to make sure we have plenty of time to hear from our awesome panelists, so I'm just going to jump right in. And the first question, I would love if Secretary Griswold, if you would take this first. So, like the first thing that I want everyone to answer this too, but Secretary Griswold, I'd like you to go first. In one tweet or maybe a couple of tweets, like how would you describe like the current state of democracy in the United States?
Well, Twitter may have drastically affected the current state of democracy. No, I'm just kidding. Well, thanks for having me here. This is a very interesting panel that the panelists are at the forefront of, I think, really important subjects. But in a one-sentence description of our current state of democracy, where we're at, voters chose democracy in 2022, but we are not out of the woods. Bad actors continue to spread disinformation and sow doubt. It's having real effects. It's incentivizing attacks against election workers and our election infrastructure. And we have a chance to save democracy in the coming years. So that's a long tweet.
It's like a tweet thread. We're good.
Yeah, it's a thread.
Reporter Casares Kelly, I'd love for you to go next.
I think our democracy is at a critical point, and I think that we're going to be reflecting on this era in history for years to come. And at the same time, I feel like there's a tinge of hopefulness within all of the despair. And so I think that's where our democracy is hopeful.
I love it. Dr. Mason?
I would say briefly, the way that I'm looking at it, I think it's actually pretty bifurcated at this point in the country, where we have really big differences between our states, where some of our states are a lot more of a democracy than other states. And as we are moving forward, that divide seems to be growing. So I think we should be really paying a lot of attention to those inequalities.
And Dr. Levitsky?
I would say unstable. When a democracy with a two-party system has one party that is not fully committed to democratic rules of the game, the democracy is likely to be unstable. That doesn't mean that we're going to slide into authoritarianism, but we are going to continue to be vulnerable until the Republican Party recommits to democratic rules of the game. And it hasn't, despite sort of Trump's political weakening in recent years, the party hasn't shown much signs of change.
All right, we got a little bit of hope, a little bit of caution. As sort of a follow-up to that, I'd love to hear a little bit how, if at all, y'all are thinking about like sort of the state of democracy differently than you did before the midterm elections, where as Secretary Griswold mentioned a little bit, we defeated a number of folks who were insurrectionists, including Secretary Griswold herself. So, Secretary, go ahead.
I wasn't defeated.
No, you defeated. Yes. So if you want to get us started on that, would love it.
Yeah. So I think, look, going into the midterms, we were facing a true fork in the road. Election deniers were running to oversee elections in every single battleground state where there was a race in this nation. So imagine having people who do not believe in free and fair elections overseeing the elections in Michigan, Minnesota, Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico. If they would have won, that was a quick recipe for disaster. But we as a nation defeated all those folks. So I do think that we overcame a major hurdle in making sure that Americans will, in the battleground states, be able to choose freely the president of the United States. But by no means are we out of the woods. At this point, there's 150 election deniers sitting in the U.S. House. There is a handful sitting in the U.S. Senate. There are 5+ secretaries of state who are election deniers. So, they're going to continue to sow and spread these lies that are leading to real violence. They are leading to real undermining of American elections, and we can get into that. But why I am so hopeful is that when Americans know what's at stake and who's running in these crucial races, and when they have the ability to make their voices heard, so that means in districts that aren't gerrymandered, that aren't suppressed, that Americans have that chance to make their voices heard, they are rejecting this extremism. So I do think that although in the coming years, we're going to continue to have trials and tribulations caused by people who are literally trying to seize elections that they do not win, I do think that the fight for the soul of this country will be won. And we'll continue to have a democracy that improves over the coming years and decades.
Thank you. And I mean, in addition to that, we also have, we even have folks at the local level who are running elections, like at the county level, who are also election deniers, which is Recorder Casares Kelly. I'd love if you could follow up next on that question.
Yeah, I think coming from Arizona, I think that's very similar. That's it. I felt like we had to take a collective breath and just hold on while we got through the midterms. And, in Arizona, there's only 15 county recorders. There's only 15 counties. We had county recorders talking about retiring if an insurrectionist were to win the Secretary of State's office. And so I think it's really important for people to recognize that we are close. It is not, there are no guarantees. And we're coming up again. I was talking to a constituent last night, and they said, well, I don't normally vote. They were talking about that. And they said, well, the last time I voted was because Trump was running. And I said, well, he has a chance again because he's running again. And we know he had a good chance because he won before. And so, we need people to really be taking this seriously and getting out there and recognizing the real threat. And so, I think that it's the same thing, the way from the midterms, the way that everyone was feeling. It's like a little bit, you're able to take a little bit of a breath of fresh air. However, seeing the strategizing that is going on and the offices that are being attacked, it's very concerning, especially here in Arizona, where they're trying to change the rules of game. In Cochise County, the recorder, who's an election denier, is now overseeing the elections department, which it used to be a separate portion. That's a problem.
Yeah, and we're seeing that all over the country right now. Dr. Mason, same question for you, which I'll just quickly repeat, which is, how, if at all, are you thinking about the state of democracy differently than you were before the midterm elections?
So the best part of the election, I think, is that my worst case scenario did not come true, which was mass refusal to concede among people who lost. Because there were so many people who were defending Trump's refusal to concede. One thing we didn't know was whether they were going to do the same thing for their own races, in which case we could have had election deniers in hundreds of different races across the country at the same time. So, and that really could have created a pretty volatile and potentially violent scenario all over the country. So that was my worst case scenario. And to my great relief, that did not happen. So people seemed to be able to concede when it was about their own race, even if they didn't concede for Trump, right? And so what we want to do now, that doesn't mean that they're not open to manipulating future elections so that they don't lose, right? So it looks like they don't lose. So the votes are counted differently, or some people are not able to vote, or there is some sort of legal way around an outcome of an election in which the voters of their state reject them. And so that, I think, is the future, is more focusing on legal coups, right? Legal subversions of electoral outcomes, rather than explicit rejections and violent reprisals for outcomes that people don't like. Not that those things are off the table, but I think that after 2022, they're less likely. And the place where we should be paying a lot more attention is people trying to change the rules of the game in order to sort of take victory from the voters of their state.
Can I jump in here with, in addition to that, in Arizona, we saw a lot of sanctions being imposed on folks. So there was a direct monetary consequence of their false allegations. And we think that made a significant difference in the number of people who were willing to concede when they lost their races, because there was a real world consequence to that. And we were really appreciative of that coming from the courts.
Oh, that's really interesting. Dr. Levitsky, last but not least on this one.
I might be least. So first, as a couple of people alluded to, I think some of the worst case scenarios were, if not taken off the table, at least made a lot more likely. I think it, thanks to the fact that the worst and most aggressive and most openly anti-democratic candidates in the key swing states pretty systematically lost their elections. The likelihood of an effort to steal the election in 2024, I think, has been reduced. And also the subsequent reform to the Electoral Count Act also makes it more difficult to sort of overturn the election after the fact. So I'm sleeping a little easier than I was in 2021 regarding the 2024 election. But because I want to be the pessimist today, or at least to cast a little darkness onto the conversation, what worries me coming out of the election, what really is troubling and unusual coming out of the election, is the fact that despite the fact that the Republicans really underperformed in 3 consecutive elections, 2018, 2020, 2022, despite the fact that they lost the popular vote in 7 out of the last 8 elections, they are not changing. Usually when parties lose elections, they take a step back, they rethink their strategy, they think about ways to appeal to a broader electorate, which usually means moderating, moving to the center. That's normally what parties do when they lose a series of elections. The fact that the Republicans, for the most part, I mean, they may be distancing themselves somewhat from Trump, but have not really rethought any of their fundamental steps towards radicalization in the last decade, troubles me. And I think that it has to do with our institutions, which right now are biased towards the Republican Party. Not for the Republican Party's fault, but the fact that the Republicans have an advantage in the Senate and the Electoral College means that they don't have to win national majorities to win power, and so they don't have the incentive to moderate that they ought to have, and that's very troubling.
Yeah, and just building off that very quickly, I mean, like, just from what we see at Run for Something generally, we haven't seen sort of like the far right and, you know, like the Steve Bannon wing of the party stop recruiting at the local level for things like recorder, clerk, those types of offices. We still see that happening across the country. And so, yeah, they haven't, we won this one, we won this round, but they haven't stopped trying. This next question is for our 2 electeds. You know, part of y'all's job is, you know, like ensuring like folks have equitable access to voting. And so one thing I'd love to hear from both of y'all about is how you think about engaging with communities that might be feeling left out or disenchanted by democracy in the whole process right now. We'll start with you, Secretary Griswold, and then Recorder Cazares-Kelly will go to you after.
Perfect, Ross. That's a really good question. But I do want to just highlight what Stephen was saying, because I think he's saying a lot of truth. The fact is the majority of Americans don't have to reject extremist candidates. Much higher than the majority need to reject it because of gerrymandering. Why do 150 election deniers sit in the U.S. House? Because the districts are so gerrymandered. That's part of it. Another part of it is voter suppression. We're talking about the fact that democracy was not destroyed in the midterms. That's really the takeaway. Democracy survived. The ability to choose the next president of the United States survived in battleground states. That does not mean that Americans have not been stripped of their freedom to vote all across the country in an unprecedented way over the last several years, in a coordinated attempt to make it harder, or I should say, make it easier for folks who have no business being elected because they're not popular and the American people don't like them from getting elected. And the third part is just all the money, the dark money that flows. In our system, it is very unfair to the average candidate and to the average voter. The fact of it is, someone like me who grew up in rural Colorado in a cabin with an outhouse outside on food stamps usually finds it very hard to win elections. But more than that, even if you are a candidate or an elected official who is so extreme that many people would reject you, as long as you have all that money flowing and helping your candidacy, to an extent you can disregard the voters. And that's what we're seeing. So I just want to say that Stephen is absolutely right. The reason that this extremism has been able to take hold is that we need democracy reform. We need a government that actually thinks about its people and goes and passes laws to help people, not the big corporate interests, not the special political interests across the nation. That's why we're in this situation. But there is a lot of hopeful work happening. And I'll just say, as Secretary of State in the last 4 years, I've increased drop boxes by over 60%. We set up automatic voter registration, which registered hundreds of thousands of people going into the 2020 election and is continuing to register. We partnered with the tribes in Colorado. And we're trying to reverse that historical voter suppression. Through that partnership, we've seen an approximate 20% increase in tribal voting in just a couple of years. We set up statewide ballot tracking so Coloradans can see with their own eyes their ballot is safe and secure. And what that has led to is, in 2020, the second highest turnout in the country, Colorado being considered the gold standard of election administration for access and for security. But also it has led to a hope for the rest of the nation that we can fix our laws. We can work really hard and overcome these hurdles and make sure that one person, one vote is respected, and that the American people do indeed get their voices heard in safe and secure elections every election.
Recorder Casares Kelly, all you.
Oh, wow. That's a big one to follow. And I think that one of the things that we've focused on so much, I think we forget sometimes that we're in a bubble. We are the voting nerds that we live and breathe and think all day about voting and about democracy. And there are still folks in our community who don't have access to the internet and don't have access to a voter registration form. And I think that sometimes we forget about those fundamentals. One of the things that I have made a big priority within my administration is to make our office accessible. Make it accessible, make the language that we use the language of the people. It needs to be understandable. People need to understand how to access their rights. I think we have overcomplicated some of these transactions. And, I'm always reminded as an Indigenous person, we didn't have the right to vote as Native people. We weren't even considered U.S. citizens until 1924, didn't have the right to register in Arizona until 1948, didn't have protections for voter intimidation or anything like that until 1965. And then it wasn't until the mid-1970s, my grandmother didn't speak English and didn't have language translation services available. And so, those starting lines for our community are different. And that engagement, being able to be a presence in there, being able to use the language of the people so that it's easy to understand, not necessarily even in a different language. I'm just talking about plain English, or to be offering and being consistent about the real usage of Spanish and not Google Spanish translations, and all of those types of things. When you reflect and you incorporate the community in the work that you're doing, and that's reflected within your hiring practices, within your office, that makes a more reflective community here in the office that is then able to reach out to that community. So we've definitely seen that over the past 2 years that I've been in office, and that has definitely been a priority, making sure that things are easy to find online. People speak digital now. People are accustomed to sharing things on social media we have to make it easy for people to consume that information and also to share that with their loved ones in ways that their family speaks. And I think that we have seen really good progress with that, but that's definitely how we need to make sure that we're not speaking legalese only to our constituents who we think are understanding legalese. And so we need to put it in the language of the people.
Thanks to both of y'all for that. I'm going to change course a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about the rise of extremism and how that's impacted faith and democracy. So Dr. Mason, I'd love for you to weigh in here. I'd love if you could start by just like framing up the relationship between extremism, faith, and democracy. And then a question I'd love to hear an answer from everyone is like, what do we do about it?
Yeah, this is a really important part. I mean, I think one of the ways that people undermine democracy is to remove faith and trust in government and in electoral systems. And so to the extent that we have people who are spreading kind of cynical anti-government views, those can weaken our attachments to our own commitment to democracy across the board. But we also want a trustworthy government, right? Like we can't ask people to trust government unless the government itself is trustworthy. And so there are sort of from the inside and from the outside approaches. One thing that I've been finding in my research is that over since 2017, which is when we started measuring these things, Americans have become increasingly, their feelings about people in the other party have become increasingly radical. And so we're more likely to dehumanize people in the other party. We're more likely to think of them as evil or as a threat to the country. And those attitudes are really proliferating in a way that's worrisome, because those types of attitudes tend to, first of all, to precede, intergroup conflict, mass conflict in other places. But also it just prevents democracy from working, right? If you think that people in the other party are evil, then compromise is absolutely undesirable. We don't compromise with evil. So it basically allows our government to stop functioning, which, to be honest, for the conservative movement is sort of the point, right? Like if you don't want government to function, then you should tell people that it doesn't function, and then people won't believe it'll function, and then it won't function anymore, right? So we have this like vicious cycle. But so to the extent that, we see elected leaders and prominent partisans encouraging this kind of dehumanization and vilification of people who disagree with them, that's actually undermining our ability to even govern at all. And it increases gridlock, and it makes our leaders less accountable, and it discourages us from thinking of government as an important tool and as something that we have a voice in.
Thanks for that, Dr. Levitsky.
First of all, just to reinforce Lily's important point, elites, political leaders, politicians, media figures have a really, really important role to play here in defending democracy. As Lily has shown and other people have shown, there is unfortunately a pretty large sector of our electorate that is radicalized and that is potentially dangerous to our democracy. But it's not a majority, and it can be shrunk. But a major problem in the last decade has been the fact that figures on the right, media figures and political figures, have refused pretty systematically to talk them down, to say, no, that's not true. Joe Biden won the presidential election, and that's the end of the discussion. Or no, under no circumstances can violent behavior be tolerated. If Republican leaders would behave in a responsible way and defend democratic norms publicly, rather than hiding under the table and saying nothing, or in some cases, as Lily pointed out, actually feeding this rhetoric, we would be much better off. And the size of the radicalized population would be smaller, and radical activists, they still exist, but they would be much less emboldened than they are. If the entire Republican establishment were to publicly, consistently, unambiguously defend democracy and oppose violence, we'd be in a much better place today.
Recorder Casares Kelly.
I think we also need to recognize that the election denial, whether or not people are noticing it, it's impacting people who trust the system too. I can't tell you how many more people were calling our office simply to make sure that their ballot had been received, or checking the online system. We launched a text system, and people were just really, they wanted to double check. That's something that they never had considered before, whether or not they needed to participate in that. And so it's impacting the behavior of just everyday people who support elections, and making people question. And so I think some of the efforts that I've seen that I'm interested in, I don't want to say skeptical. I don't think there's a way to just fix things, because we also are dealing with a group of people who, they're denying literal science. They're denying science and fact and changing fact. So even this increase of transparency, which our office is committed to, just in general, we hope that it will make a big difference. But realistically, we know that people are simply believing truths that they make up on their own, and they're just kind of running with it. And so I'm at a point where I think that we just need to maintain our consistency and our transparency. We need to make the language accessible for people so they understand what is a cast vote record and which office is responsible for it, or what is the difference between a regular ballot and a provisional ballot. And that the community is interested in that. They want to hear what those differences are and what these words mean. We need to make it accessible, right? And then I've also seen some efforts just in the bipartisan realm. Yesterday, I was appointed to the Arizona governor's bipartisan election task force, which has a mix of Republicans and Democrats and people who are invested in our elections, wanting to put out information for the public, so they can begin to trust in the system again. We're hopeful.
Thanks for that. Next question is for you, Dr. Levitsky. I'd love to hear a little bit about how what's happening in America right now is related to what's going on in the rest of the world, and if there are lessons from other countries that might apply to the United States, both in the positive and possibly negative.
Sure. Look, what's going on in the United States is part of a broader pattern, but there are also important ways in which the United States is pretty distinctive. So let me say this quickly. There is a right-wing reaction to cultural change and growing ethnic and religious diversity across the West. You're seeing the rise of a sort of anti-immigrant populist right across the West. But interestingly, it's only in the United States, among Western democracies, that democracy was seriously threatened by that. And that is for a couple of reasons, but one of them is that American institutions protect and empower an extremist minority in a way that does not occur in any other established democracy in the world. So there is a far right in Western Europe that is pretty similar to the MAGA movement in the United States, but has not been able to govern alone in the way that occurred in the United States for 4 years. So unfortunately, the threat to democracy of what is generally a very similar reaction has been much worse in the United States. In terms of what we can do, getting back to the point earlier, the best thing that a lesson we can learn from other democracies, including Brazil, is that when leaders, when presidents, when politicians assault democratic institutions, small d Democrats, believers in democracy, must stand up publicly, forcefully, unambiguously, and denounce those abuses. So just a very quick example, Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil basically was a big fan of Donald Trump and essentially a copycat of Donald Trump. Very, very similar president. And he and his followers not only tried to deny the result of the 2022 elections, which he lost, but also tried to storm the presidency and the Congress building. Unlike the United States, in Brazil, virtually all of Bolsonaro's allies, right-wing political allies of Bolsonaro, all of them on election day said, nope, Bolsonaro lost, too bad, I look forward to working with the new president. And when Bolsonaro's followers stormed the Congress, all major right-wing politicians stood up and said, this is unacceptable, this is criminal, it has to stop, and those behind it have to be punished. The right in Brazil, the political right in Brazil, responded in a much, much more democratic fashion than the political right did in the United States in 2020. So we can learn not only from our European democratic allies, but Democrats in Latin America as well.
Got it. All right. Last question for everyone. Dr. Levitsky, we'll just start with you on this one. What's making you hopeful right now?
What makes me hopeful is the younger generation, the Gen Z in particular, but also Gen X is much, much more capable of and much more tolerant, much more embracing of the multiracial democracy that is coming to this country, that has to come to this country, and is beginning to mobilize. I mean, the biggest problem we face is that the folks who are going to save our democracy, save our multiracial democracy in particular, don't vote enough. But they've started to vote more. They've started to organize. They've started to mobilize. The turnout among young people, though nowhere near what the levels of old people, has gone up. And looking at the political behavior, the political views of folks younger than me is what gives me the most hope.
Dr. Mason?
I think my hope comes out of the same place that our current crisis is in, which is that we are having this national conversation about whether we want to be a multi-ethnic pluralistic democracy. And effectively what's happened is that we have, the people who say no to that have become concentrated in the Republican Party, which is dangerous. But that also means that we have another political party in a two-party system that's really trying, that seems to be committed in a way that there really never has been an entire political party committed to a true multi-ethnic pluralistic democracy. And so there is more power behind that movement than we've ever seen before. There's also more power behind its opposition than we've ever seen before because we've concentrated it in our two parties. But that means that there is an opportunity for real progress in the future, and I agree with Dr. Levitsky that it does seem like the future of the country is really leaning in the forward direction rather than in going backward. So this is a moment of decision, and the outcome is up to everyone now.
And Recorder Cazares Kelly will give you the last word.
Before I answer that question, I do want to just touch on something I said earlier about a colleague here in Arizona. I refer to them as an election denier, and they themselves are not an election denier, but they're consorting with election deniers. That may be a small distinction at this moment, but I think it's an important one. I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But my hopefulness, because I was elected in 2020 at the height of the pandemic, I have not been able to be in community back home, which is here in Pima County. It is now 2023, and I have been just recently able to be in my community among people who are happy to celebrate me finally after 2 years. And the stories that I'm hearing from everyday people who are suddenly much more aware of what is happening, it has been really amazing. The other thing is around the election time, I was getting text messages from kind of obscure family, like my cousin's son, who I never text with. They're having to introduce themselves like, I'm Monica's son, or, whoever. But I was getting a lot of text messages from obscure family or colleagues from the past, people that I had tried to convince to vote and was really doing a hard lift maybe years ago, were asking me information specific to our community, in that easy to, can I cut and paste this over to so-and-so, because they are now doing the work of trying to convince others to register to vote or to cast their ballot, and how to do it with it being as convenient as possible. And so those little changes in the wind for me have been really powerful, and it provides a lot of hope. They don't recognize that they're texting an elected county recorder. This is just somebody from their own community who they know, who has the information, of course. And so they're not recognizing, like, I have NBC on a press conference later this afternoon, or, they're not recognizing that. But it's just those little lights of hope for me. And I think that's been wonderful. And that's definitely been keeping me going.
Awesome. What a way to end. Thank you so much to our panelists. This was such an awesome discussion. Thank you so much to the 92nd Street Y for hosting us and making sure we could have this really important discussion. And thank you for watching. Really appreciate it.
Hi, Susan. It's nice to be talking with you about your very, very important book, I think. So I'm just going to leap in. Left is Not Woke is the title of your book, which is a great title because it's immediate and it's accurate. It can also be read as playing into an idea of a culture war that a lot of people want to pretend doesn't exist, or at least that it's not important. And also play into another idea of the culture war in which the notion of wokeness must by any and all means be either celebrated or discredited. And I don't want to do too much summarizing of your argument, which is very nuanced and undergirded by a lot of wonderful historical reminders and historical reflections, but I do want to summarize just enough to get us going. So as to dispel the idea that this book is, as you put it in your first sentence, a call for bipartisanship or a screed against cancel culture. In fact,
that's the last time the word cancel culture is mentioned in the book.
That's a whole topic unto itself. But yes, that was probably smart to not use that term again. In fact, what your book does is to define the philosophical conditions of progress, what progress means, what the Enlightenment thought about progress and did about it, and why many progressives today, while battling for progress, appear to be caught in the stranglehold of thinking and thinkers who are skeptical about progress and its possibilities. In essence, what you're doing is reminding us all of what left has meant and what the left's notions of progress have been, and how some of those meanings have been rejected by current progressives as naive, and maybe why that is itself naive or misguided. So you outline basically three axes of meaning along which you lay your argument in three very well-developed, ample chapters. Universalism and tribalism is one polarity, justice and power is the second, and the final is progress and doom. So I'd love for you to take us through each of these axes and share a little bit of what you're getting at in terms of your essential thesis. And let's start with universalism and tribalism.
Sure. Perhaps the most astonishing reversal in people who consider themselves progressives is the rejection of universalism. Historically, the people who insisted that we only have deep connections and real obligations to people who belong to our tribe were all on the right. And it was people on the left, liberal left, who said, no, actually, we can have, our relations to people are not based on blood or soil. those are Nazi terms. I'm using them deliberately. They're not based on blood or soil. They're based on conviction. They're based on common principles, common beliefs, common ground. And it is the job of the left to make sure that the circle of people who we connect with and have obligations to encircle the globe and not be based on background or biology, but be based on conviction. Okay, so it's very, very odd that suddenly people's ideas are being reduced to their identities, that people are only supposed to express an idea if they belong to a particular tribe. One colleague of mine asked me to please stop using the word tribalist because he was worried that it could offend Native Americans. My reply to that is that tribe is not an indigenous concept. It's not even a Europeans against indigenous concept. It goes all the way back to the Bible, okay? And it's quite interesting if you look at the Bible to see what happens when tribes emphasize tribal belonging over everything else. Okay, so I'm a universalist, and I'm calling for liberals and leftists to re-embrace universalism and to reject the idea, which is very, very common now, that universalism is a dirty trick played by white Europeans who wanted to impose their values on the rest of humankind. In the book, I do quote quite a number of non-European thinkers who don't see the world that way at all, who in fact, there's a Ghanaian philosopher, Adoseki Otu, who argues that it's insulting to Africans to suggest that they would have to incorporate the idea of humanity or universalism from Europe, and argues that in his native Akan, the concept is there as much as it is anywhere. And, mutatis mutandis, you can find some bold thinkers from the global South who defend these ideas, but it's very uncommon, and quite a few of them get either ignored, that happens a lot, or trashed as Uncle Tom's, or used to be called race traitor. I don't think that word is used anymore, but it's certainly implied by anybody who speaks out against the tribalist tendencies in progressive circles today. And by the way, this is not just an American problem. It's been imported into Europe, and we're having slightly delayed but equally problematic conversations.
It's interesting. I want to return to this, and I just want to put a pin in it by saying that I think a lot of progressives, as you're defining them today, might take issue with the idea that you're suggesting that they don't share universalism as a core value. But I think there's an interesting and subtle distinction you make in the book when you talk about not being an ally. And I'd like to return to that, because I think that's really gets at the essence of the difference of how people may think about it or not. But I want to make sure we get through these three axes. So that was universalism and tribalism. So let's talk a little bit about justice and power.
Sure. And what's so interesting, I want to make sure that this is not, viewers know, this is not an attack on the woke a la Ron DeSantis or Rishi Sunak. My own views couldn't be further from theirs.
I don't even think the word attack is an appropriate locution. I don't think that's not really what you're doing at all.
Exactly.
Which is why the title of the book is while catchy, maybe somewhat misleading to some people, but I think it makes a lot of sense once you get through the argument. So let's get back to justice and power. Tell me about that.
Sure. And let me just add that for all of these three principles that I'm discussing, it would be possible for anybody who considers themselves woke and progressive to say, but that's me. And I'm arguing basically, those are your sentiments, and I get them. Of course, you want to make common cause with other people. Of course, you want to create more justice. And of course, you want to move towards progress. Those emotions I share, but you're using the wrong theories. And I don't mean to say that everybody who's, progressive is a student of some of the theorists who I think have done a lot of damage, but it gets into the bloodstream, it gets into the news stream. So a set of theoretical assumptions are influencing people, which I think are devastating. So it seemed to me it was time for a philosopher to come and state what are those assumptions that are misleading or misguiding what are usually genuinely admirable intentions.
Yeah, I think you do that very well.
Thank you.
So with universalism and tribalism, the core theoretical misapprehension is that somehow making common cause with those who are like you being more important than making common cause with all of us is something that can be dangerous. So how about justice and power?
I'll get to that in a sec, but
Okay,
what I want to question is the idea of what does it mean to be like you? Does it mean having the same color / ethnic background / gender as someone, or aren't there a million different ways in which, maybe not a million, let's bring it down to 50 ways in which we have important things in common with other people whom we gravitate towards. So anyway, okay, justice and power. It's a difficult distinction to draw often in practice because sometimes fighting for justice does mean fighting for more power, right? But in principle, liberals and leftists insist on a sharp distinction between justice and power. And frankly, that's what led the French Revolution, the Enlightenment. Let's take it back in history to the time when no one even questioned the Lord's right to shoot or hang the peasant who stole his deer. Right, there are all kinds of lovely old songs about that. But also no one questioned the Lord's right to take the daughter of the peasant if he chose to have her for a night or longer, all right? And that was simply a question of power. Our rejection of that, our revulsion at that idea is a sign that we have progressed since feudalism, slowly, not always steadily, but we have progressed. I am deeply concerned about the influence of Michel Foucault, who is the most cited author in post-colonial studies, who really doesn't believe that there's a coherent distinction between justice and power, and that all attempts at all claims of justice are in fact disguised claims to power. This is actually a notion that goes all the way back to the sophists in Plato's Republic in the book 1, if anybody's interested in looking it up. It's an old view. It's a cynical view. And it takes one example of a claim towards justice that was actually abused. And it says, you know what? Anytime somebody claims to be working towards justice, they're really only engaged in hype to persuade weaker people that actually doing what the stronger people want is in the weaker people's interests. Of course that happens, and it's important to try to expose that and fight against it wherever it does happen. But in principle, it has to be possible to maintain the difference between justice and power.
It's an interesting, your reflections on Foucault are extensive in this very short book and quite convincing in many regards. I think that, one of the things I found myself wondering, clearly many readers of Foucault, current readers and in previous generation, have come to Foucault and seen that act of unmasking the sort of decoding the rhetoric as an act of justice in and of itself. That is to say that the rereading of history, the archaeology of the project that he was involved with, many people see as an act of justice in and of itself. It points to a fundamental paradox, I think, about our moment, in which deconstructive assertion seems to be mistaken for a creative act. And one of the things that I think you're suggesting in the book is that no can't be the final response to anything. We have to get to a yes somehow. What is something going to mean? What does it mean? What should it mean? What should we stand for? And it seems to me that what you're suggesting is that Foucault really only gives us tools to deconstruct and not necessarily tools to understand how to build.
That's exactly right. And, he's very, very slippery. I know people who find my criticism of Foucault too harsh. I have a friend who said he talked to him once for 3 hours, in which Foucault said everything he did was directed towards liberation. And so one of the things I did in writing this book was to go over and reread Foucault's last lectures, which contain a really prescient critique of neoliberalism. And it's quite amazing analysis, given that it was written in the beginning of the 80s, when neoliberalism had hardly shown itself to be the all-encompassing system that we now are living in. But the thing is,
Christopher Lasch had an interesting, at the same moment, Christopher Lasch performed a similar function, the flight of the elites. But anyway, that's just it's interesting connection I just made. So.
Oh, thank you for reminding of that. I never read it. I'll look it up. But so I don't know what Lasch does with it, but what Foucault doesn't do with it is say whether he's for or against neoliberalism, and he seems to regard in general questions like that as vulgar, he doesn't actually give an argument for why he refuses to make any normative claims. He's just full of disdain for people who ask him those questions. And so when I was looking around to try and see if there, was something that would make me be a little warmer towards Foucault, I saw there's an entire collection of Foucauldians arguing about whether his last lecture showed that he was in favor or against neoliberalism. And I just feel like, look, I'm sorry, if Foucauldians can't decide that, some interesting essays, on both sides, then it's not help in an emancipatory project.
Right. Okay. Great. So just to summarize that for those who are following along, universalism versus tribalism, making common cause with a much larger set of sort of definitions of what it means for us to be part of a society together, as opposed to a more restrictive definition like skin color or sexual identity or common cause as victims of a particular event in history. And then on the justice and power side, that there has to be something called justice. It can't always be cover for claim of power, is essentially, I think, the argument that you're making. And so finally, when we get to the last chapter, tell us a little bit about your discussion of the polarity between progress and doom.
Well, once again, I think Foucault has had an enormous and negative influence here because he gives us wonderful examples, the most famous one being in his book, Discipline and Punish, about how things that looked like progressive reform, according to him, turn into more subtle forms of oppression. And that's something that he does with all kinds of institutions. Again, ask people who have been tortured whether they would prefer to be, stuck in Bentham's panopticon, which is Foucault's famous example of the total surveillance, or whether they'd rather be drawn and quartered. I think anyone who'd actually, been, and I know that people have written about this who have actually been in a situation of torture, know where they stand. Once again, Foucault can serve as a reminder for saying, watch out, not every attempt at reform proceeds without negative consequences. That's true. But again, it's this kind of demasking move, which he does without particularly caring about the rights of prisoners or the lives of people with mental illnesses. It's something he does over and over. And it leads to what seems like a revolutionary project. I am uncovering the secret negative dialectic, if you like, that happens when people try to make progress. But it winds up being a very lazy form of not attempting to make progress at all. I mean, let's take a common example that comes up. Was Abraham Lincoln a racist according to our way of looking at the world? He was. But instead of threatening to take down his statue or to stop honoring him, why not be happy that we've made some progress in thinking about racism in the last 150 years? And why not acknowledge that whatever progress we've made was done on the backs of people like Abraham Lincoln, who actually gave his life for civil rights for freed African Americans. I mean, this is why he was assassinated. So to, shout that Lincoln is somebody who shouldn't be honored because he hadn't gotten as far as we have is to misunderstand the nature of progress itself and to make us quite skeptical about the possibility of making any more progress.
There's two responses that I want to sort of would love to have you unpack a little bit. The first is a comment that you make late in the book, which I think is a nice reminder and something I think we often forget, which is that one of the reasons that we don't see the difference between the progress between the time when folks were drawn and quartered and versus being put in the panopticon is that we've forgotten what it's like to be drawn and quartered. That in a way, historical consciousness is limited in that sense, at least the experiential dimension of it, and that we forget how bad things maybe were and how the movement away from those bad things has led us to a place where, well, yeah, there's still some bad things, but they're not quite as bad as before. And that this gap between what we can remember and what we imagine, how we imagine the present is part of the dilemma. So the other thing that what you're saying gets at, the sort of the example of Abraham Lincoln, brings me to, I think, a really fundamental idea in your book, and which I gather is the subject of your next book, which is the hero of history versus the victim of history, which is, of course, connected to all of this in ways both subtle and obvious. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about that. So the victim or the protagonist of what you called standpoint epistemology, why does it matter that increasingly the protagonists of history appear to be its victims?
So, as you said, I've already got a draft of a next book on this subject, so it's hard to summarize quickly, but around the middle of the 20th century, the subject of history, which had for thousands of years been the hero, turned to becoming the victim. And there were different concepts of what a hero was. It wasn't always a military hero. It wasn't always an aristocrat. You can follow the history of the notions of heroism, for a very long time. But what people never did was to valorize the victim. And there's a way in which the switch in the middle of the 20th century was an extraordinary moment of justice, because for thousands of years, basically all you could say about people who were slaughtered by Genghis Khan or Roman legions or whatever it was, well, shit happens. That's how the world is, and history is written by the winners. Okay, and it was an act of justice to make sure that victims' voices were heard. And I think this comes, there was a confluence of things that happened in the middle of the 20th century. There was the Holocaust, there was the anti-colonialization movement. All of that's going on in a period of, 10, 15 years. And it started out as a good thing, like many good things. What happened is, once this became a trope, once it became obvious that hero was not only an outdated concept, hero was a problematic concept, hero was even an awful concept. I've had an awful lot of people object to my use of the word, even, and that in 2 countries. We began to focus on the part of the human being that has the least possible agency. Heroes do things to the world. Victims have things done to them. And the question is, why do we want to make that the most important thing about us? I think it's a sign of progress that we pay attention to victims and their stories and their narratives, that we don't simply leave them by the wayside, as was done for so long. But Bryan Stevenson, who happens to be one of my heroes, the director of the Equal Justice Initiative and the initiator of the National Lynching Museum, he argues that no one should be reduced to the worst thing they ever did. I'm questioning the tendency to reduce everyone to the worst thing that ever happened to us and ask, is that really how we want to be identified? I don't think so.
Is it connected to the question of progress? This idea that the victim, valorizing the victims and somehow not valorizing those who take agency to change the present, the heroes, yes, if you will?
Yes, I mean, of course, it's not monolithic. Of course, some people who were heroes and took part in struggles for liberation do get valorized. But I want to go back to the universalism question and quote Bryan Stevenson again, who I interviewed in Montgomery for my last book. He said to me, you don't know the names of the white people who stood up against slavery in the 1850s. You don't know the names of the white people who worked against lynching. And if we knew those names, we could come up with a very different narrative of Southern history if those were the people we valued. So it's a claim both about universalism and about progress.
Another thread in your book, which you tie into sort of this larger discursive sort of atmosphere around Foucault and deconstruction, is evolutionary biology. And you talk about it, you connect it brilliantly to both Foucault and Carl Schmitt, who comes for, receive some of your scorn in this book as well. And I'd love to get to Carl Schmitt. I'm not sure we're going to have time. So it's safe to say that the idea of reproductive competition is now a prime mover, a notion at the root of almost everything we're told to take for the world as we know it. What's wrong with seeing everything through the lens of reproductive competition? And could you maybe unpack the idea of reproductive competition for us just a little bit?
Sure. I mean, in the few minutes we have left, I'll do it in nutshells, and some evolutionary psychologists will claim that I'm simplifying the theory. I try to do a better job in the book itself, but what really interests me is the way in which evolutionary psychology has come to dominate our assumptions about what human nature is. Look, people have been arguing about the nature of human nature for several thousand years. And the question of whether we are motivated only by self-interest or whether we are sometimes motivated by other reasons, by principles, by ideas, has, had been discussed again, for several thousand years. Along came the idea that there was a science that could decide the question. Evolutionary psychology was invented as sociobiology in the 70s and heavily criticized for the 70s and 80s for the idea that it was racist and sexist because it reduced all of our motivations to men's desire to reproduce as many copies of themselves as possible. And it was reborn. It was heavily under attack. It was reborn in the early 90s with a different name, evolutionary psychology, and a slightly more complicated psychology. It's absolutely no accident that it was being reborn at the time of the triumph of neoliberalism, which has a very similar political view based on these ideas. We have no evidence for this theory whatsoever. We do not have access to what our prehistoric ancestors thought, what moved them. And there's something quite, I have argued with evolutionary biologists who go through, incredible circles trying to say, for example, I'm sitting on the west side at the moment, where some people will remember about 10 years ago, someone called the subway, maybe 15, the subway hero leapt in front of a moving train to save the life of a stranger he didn't know. Now, the person who jumped into the tracks was a Black construction worker. The person he saved was a white Columbia student. And if anything should throw evolutionary psychology into question, it seemed to be this act, which a lot of people, it was written about a lot. Because the theory says, okay, we don't only do things to reproduce ourselves and our own genes, but we will also do things for a member of the tribe. Okay, and that's how they get around explaining. And I once had an argument and I used this example, and I said, look, why do we all admire this man? Why are we moved by this story? Even if we, and all of us ask ourselves, how far would we go to risk our lives for a stranger? And I was told by the very prominent evolutionary psychologist, well, we don't admire this man because we want to be able to be as brave as he was, should we be in that situation. We want someone else to be hoodwinked into being as brave as he was, should we happen to fall into the New York subway. And that's there you're getting to dogma and not genuine theory. I want to just point out one more thing, which I think is amusing. When you look at all these theories of human motivation, we only care about our own tribe, we only want power, we never seek justice, and we'd like to reproduce as many copies of ourselves as possible. I think you don't even need to look at too many arguments. Simple self-reflection for most people will do to say, no, I'm not always after power. I'm not always looking out for my tribe. Occasionally, at least, I do things for other reasons. The main counterexample to that is Donald Trump, who really doesn't seem to understand other forms of action. So these are theories that do apply to this person who fascinates even those of us who loathe him because he's so different from the rest of us.
Susan Neiman, what a delightful conversation and an important one. I wish we just scratched the surface. I mean, it's not a very long book, but it's got a lot in it. And I urge those who have heard this conversation to find it. The Left is Not Woke, or Left is Not Woke is the title. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you so much, Ed.
Hi there, my name is Tamara Keith, and I'm a White House correspondent for NPR and co-host of the NPR Politics Podcast. And the 92nd Street Y has invited this great panel who we have here and me to explore what happened in the midterms and what 2022 can tell us about the upcoming 2024 presidential race. We have a terrific panel to take this on. Michael Lee is senior counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU Law. Jeremy Peters is a reporter for the New York Times who covers the media and its intersection with politics, culture, and law. And Eva McKind is a national politics reporter at CNN. And thank you all for joining us here for this panel.
Good to be with you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. So let's start by looking back at last November's election. In the end, Republicans gained a very narrow majority in the House and Democrats held on to the Senate, gaining a seat. Heading into the election, there was a pretty widespread expectation that Republicans would do better than that. So how big a factor do you think was abortion and the Dobbs decision in terms of, affecting voters?
I was hearing it on the campaign trail. I think initially it seemed as though Democratic voters were a little bit resigned and felt defeated. So I would hear things like, well, what is the point of consistently engaging in electoral politics and routinely voting for Democrats? And we're still seeing, what they would characterize as an erasure of our rights. But I would say over time that sort of resignation and disgust transformed into anger, which then transformed, as we saw, into people showing up and voting again. And I was really surprised by who I was seeing it in, right? It wasn't only young women or older women who have really seen this abortion, the evolution of abortion rights over many decades, but it was also young men. I was really surprised by that. I was speaking to young college-age men in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, and some of them were telling me that reproductive rights, reproductive health care was a top issue and a top concern for them.
And Jeremy, you obviously have covered Republicans for a long time. Abortion was an issue that was really good for them for a really long time. And then, it almost seems like, the dog catching the tailpipe or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's exactly right. And it certainly was much more motivating for the Democrats in certain races. I think it just, it depends on the state, right? If you look at Michigan, for example, there's no question that because abortion access was on the ballot there, it was very front of mind for voters, and it helped Democrats because a majority of people who live in Michigan, which happens to be my home state, didn't want to see abortion outlawed entirely in Michigan. And Democrats were able to capture majorities, thin ones, but majorities in the state house. And that was a real turning point. The state had been Republican controlled at the legislative level for a very long time. So it worked there. But in a place like New York, where Democrats did talk about abortion, it didn't do them any good at all. And issues of crime, quality of life, those were much more front and center, and Democrats lost seats. I think they're very surprised by how poorly they did in a Democratic stronghold like New York. Going forward, the way that Republicans, I think, are going to continue to struggle with this is just how restrictive they want to be. Because if you ask the anti-abortion activists, there's very little question that their goal is to outlaw basically any abortion. These heartbeat bills, those aren't even good enough. They want no abortion and no exceptions. So, but you can't do that in every state, right? Like Florida, for example, where Governor Ron DeSantis signed, I believe it's a 15-week ban. That's much more in line with where most voters are and what they would not consider to be, a total affront to women's rights here. But that's also something that activists on the right won't accept. They don't want a 15-week ban. They want a total ban. So the way that the activists can kind of thread the needle without upsetting their base, I think, is going to be the story to watch on the right as it relates to taking away abortion rights.
And heading into 2024 as well. Like, how do they talk about this in the next election? Michael, what stood out to you from 2022? And obviously you have a sort of different take on this as someone who's looking at the way district lines were drawn, for instance.
Well, I think certainly the expectation going into 2022 was that Democrats would lose a couple of dozen or perhaps even more seats, and that just didn't happen. In fact, they managed to almost retain control of the House. They lost it by about 6,500 votes in 5 districts, and that's how achingly close it was. It's by far the closest congressional election in a long time. And I think a lot of that has to do with the effect of Dobbs, particularly in the country's suburbs, because when people were trying to draw these maps, and there was certainly a lot of gerrymandering that went on. Nobody who was drawing these maps said like, oh, well, how will these maps perform if the Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade, right? I mean, what you do in redistricting is you try to guess what the politics of the future will look like. And that just wasn't built into this. And it worked out to Democrats' political advantage, even if they're unhappy about the result of Dobbs. It certainly was a very good thing politically. I think the other thing that I think stands out is that if the House was really close, it was really due to maps that were drawn by commissions and by courts. Certainly, many people have said like, oh, well, these maps are fair because it was a close House election, but that really belies the fact that, where partisan map makers drew maps, there was very little competition, right? The 30 competitive districts, the most competitive districts, 3/4 of them were drawn by commissions or by courts, and that really sort of made the difference and kept Democrats in the game. So Democrats, in some sense, got two breaks. One was the impact of Dobbs, and then the second one was the fact that you had commissions in states like Michigan and California drawing very competitive maps overall.
Can we talk about the Trump effect? Because I think that has some relevance for the next election as well as it did for the last election. Several of his sort of chosen candidates performed quite poorly. And, there are some candidates or potential candidates who are talking more openly on the presidential side, on the Republican side, about the fact that Republicans have lost the popular vote in the last several presidential elections, and that the Trump candidates didn't do particularly well in 2022. Are there lessons there? And do you know, Eva, I'll start with you. What lessons are they taking?
Well, I think the conflict is Trump was and continues to be a deeply popular figure, an animating figure in conservative circles, in conservative media. But I think in the wake of the midterms, there was this realization that they still sort of need some of those boring, squishy Republicans that they were trying to distance themselves from and argued that were no longer emblematic of the party. That Trumpism can't work every place, that style of politics is not popular in every House district or, in every state. And so I think we're seeing this recognition from the new chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, Senator Steve Daines, and how he plans to run these races, these Senate contests, that it is a difficult balance that they have to strike. They can't completely, I think, turn their back on Trump because he's still has such deep affection with the base. But that strategy, that bombast, is not popular everywhere.
Jeremy, do you want to jump in on this?
I'm thinking more ahead to what your question would look like if you ask it like after the 2024 election, because I think that in Trump world they were surprised by how poorly some of these candidates like Dr. Oz did, like Blake Masters in Arizona. It was definitely a candidate deficiency issue. And they are looking to get smarter about the kinds of candidates that they do pick. So I think that there's a recognition that what they tried last time was not effective. And the difference in 2024 is that, with Trump on the ballot, that's both, assuming that he gets the Republican nomination, which at this point I would assume, it's good and bad for Republican candidates, right? Because he will bring a lot more voters to polls, but he will also energize a lot more people to come out and vote against him.
So thinking about 2022, going into that election, one of the big questions was there were all these election deniers. will they deny the results of their own elections? And what does this mean for the state of American democracy if election denial becomes like a widely accepted thing? Michael, in the end, other than Carrie Lake, who is still giving speeches, about her election being rigged, in the end, most of the election deniers admitted that they lost. And in fact, they did lose. So I don't know, where does that leave things?
Yeah, it's very strange. Like, concessions seem to be back in fashion after a spell where that wasn't the case, like, with the exception of Carrie Lake, who I saw yesterday put out a press release saying that she was continuing to serve the people of Arizona as governor and had no presidential or vice presidential aspirations at the moment. But so aside from that, concessions certainly were back in fashion, and the center really did hold in some ways. Now, I think what is unknown is whether that sort of was a blip, because I do, or whether that's a reversion back to the norm, because I do think our politics continue to be very volatile at the moment, and we don't know, what will happen in the future. And I think that is there's a lot of realignment that is going on. The parties themselves are changing, particularly the Republican Party. The makeup of who's in the coalitions is changing, and I think we're going to have this is one of those moments like the 1850s, or like the other periods in our time where there's a great deal of change, and I think we could be in for a rocky road. I hope not, but it's certainly possible that we are.
Jeremy, I see you nodding over there.
Well, I was just thinking what it's going to be like to have an election denier at the top of the ticket. If Trump wins the Republican nomination, that kind of changes the whole game, because yes, there will be you'll hear more about the Carrie Lake type candidates, and Trump, of course, is never going to be able to accept the fact that he lost. I also think he's never going to be able to stop talking about how he thinks he was cheated. So that was a real issue for voters in 2022, and I think it's a lesson for 2024 that you're right. The election deniers, by and large, lost, because I think this is a place where people draw a bright line, and they know, for the most part, that it's nonsensical, with the exception of the very, very hardcore Trump election deniers. But I think if he's, and I don't think this is the only thing he's going to talk about if he wins the nomination, but I find it hard to imagine that it won't be something that is pretty prominent in whatever campaign he runs.
Well, and Eva, you spent a lot of time in Georgia covering the Senate race there, and also the governor's race, and the outcomes were very different. Now, obviously, Herschel Walker and Brian Kemp are very different candidates in a lot of different ways, and Herschel Walker had a lot of baggage beyond sort of towing the Trump election line, but there was a real distinction there in the result, and also in the way they approached talking about the 2020 election.
There was, although I would say Herschel Walker did not spend a lot of time on the campaign trail litigating the past election. And in terms of the election denialism, like we can't have a functioning democracy if people don't accept when they win and accept when they lose. So it continues to be a sad statement and a real concern. That being said, you can't win on that, right? So Trump will have to retool his message going into 2024, because that what we have seen time and time again is, sour grapes doesn't lead to you winning the next election. But in terms of Georgia, I mean, I think I had the best assignment in the building. It's just an amazing place to cover politics, and it remains, I think, a true battleground state when we're seeing less and less of that, less competitive House races, less competitive states. Remains the center of the political universe. In terms of the disparity in the governor and the Senate races, I think Governor Kemp really ran a much different campaign this time around. He was not as inflammatory, frankly, as he was 4 years ago. And incumbency has its power. And so I think that is why the governor's race, that rematch between Governor Kemp and Stacey Abrams, was not as close. And then in terms of Senator Warnock, I mean, he ran a frustratingly disciplined campaign for political reporters trying to get him off of his talking points. It was really tough, but that ultimately ended up being a winning strategy when you had someone, his opponent, that was pretty much the opposite, far from disciplined. You never knew what was going to come out of Herschel Walker.
I want to move to the presidential race in 2024 because it is upon us. It is here. And Jeremy, you said that not only is Trump the front runner right now, but you think he is the most likely nominee for the party. Big Republican donors and other establishment figures are, having gatherings, trying to come up with a plan to make Trump go away. But haven't they been trying to do that for years?
Yeah, it really hasn't worked well so far for the past 6 years. And that's not to say that everything about 2024 is going to be just like it was in 2016, when you had this very unpredictable outcome and a very unstable electorate and two candidates who were historically unpopular. So kind of like a choice between which of these is the lesser evil. And I'm not going to pretend that Trump doesn't have a lot more baggage as a former president who hasn't been able to keep his mouth shut about all these wild and crazy conspiracy theories he endorses all the time. So people will be turned off by that. But at the same time, we just don't know how the Republican field is going to shake out. I think somebody like a Mike Pence is just yesterday's news. I think his Republican Party, the evangelical wing, they've pretty much shown us where they are, and that's with Donald Trump. And he kept his promises to them. He ultimately appointed the justices who overturned Roe v. Wade. That's incredibly powerful. I also think that they don't see Mike Pence as necessarily somebody who's a fighter, and that's really important to a lot of these voters. That you have a candidate who has fire in their belly. They do. Some of them see that in Ron DeSantis. But as a lot of my colleagues have pointed out, and as somebody myself who's seen DeSantis speak, he's just not terribly fluid and engaging on the campaign trail. And I think you can't minimize what Trump attacking him day in and day out could do to his popularity. I mean, yes, it doesn't make Trump look like the big man in the room, but when have voters ever expected that of him? It's almost like they like him because he's not that guy. He's not the adult in the room. Listening to Trump speak over the last, a couple times he's had these rallies, he's talking about more than just election denialism, right? He's talking about how when he was president, remember, we weren't on the brink of World War III and the economy was booming. And so it's going to be this appeal to voters to, hey, weren't things better when I was in charge? DeSantis doesn't really have anything like that he can say to people. He can talk about the culture wars and kind of rally against these woke corporations as we've seen him do, and that's pretty effective. But I don't know that at the presidential campaign level, that's the kind of message that will resonate.
It's also been fascinating to watch the Republican Party try to figure out whether it is the sort of pro-defense, stand up to Russia party that it was in the past, where, defense spending was untouchable, or if it's going to be this more populist, why aren't you spending money in East Palestine instead of on defending Ukraine? It's going to be fascinating. And I don't know that any of these sort of schisms within the party are going to be solved through the primary process necessarily, but I think that it's going to be fascinating to watch. Michael and Eva, what are you watching for with the either the presidential race in 2024 or also the House and Senate maps?
Well, I think on the House and Senate maps, particularly the House maps, whatever map, we know that a lot of states are going to redraw maps potentially. We know at least North Carolina and Ohio will, because their congressional maps were only good for one election and they have to be redrawn. And while state courts there previously struck down maps for being partisan gerrymanders, that may not be the case in the future because the state courts there have gotten more conservative. And so Republicans might have a slightly easier path to a House majority just based on those two fairly large states. So that's something that I think we're watching, and we're also watching, of course, to see what the U.S. Supreme Court does in terms of the Voting Rights Act. The courts had ordered the creation of 3 new black districts, one in Georgia, one in Louisiana, one in Alabama, and the question is whether we still have the Voting Rights Act after the Supreme Court term. So that's certainly something we're watching. I think another thing I'm watching is just, the Republican coalition right now is like a strange coalition in a lot of ways, right? It's mostly non-college white voters, mostly working class voters, white Southerners, and then, some portion of the business community. And that's like a very unwieldy coalition, which is very new. And I think, Republicans are still trying to figure out how they, what happens, right? I mean, for a long time, they had a very stable coalition that was based on, being anti-communist and all of that. And there were a few pillars that sort of defined it, but this is a new coalition that really doesn't have sort of clear ideological pillars. And, it is as you said, a very populist coalition in a lot of ways. And that kind of pushes against, what some of the more established Republicans might want. So I think, whether, the continued evolution of the country's politics is fascinating, from, if somewhat scary, but, it's certainly fascinating and one of the things to watch in 2024.
Well, and Michael, that coalition you describe, many of the members of the coalition you just described used to be part of the Democratic coalition, which, Eva, I think is scrambling things for Democrats too.
Oh, absolutely. I think that there is a conflict between the progressive base of the party and the more establishment Democrats, no doubt. And what I have routinely heard is progressives who feel like they do a lot of work, especially in communities of color, to register voters, to engage people who historically have not participated in the process based on a set of promises that Democrats make time and time again, whether it be on reforming a criminal justice system that has where Black and brown folks have bore the weight of some of these policies, as well as retooling our immigration system. And then Democrats get into office and they not only don't make good on those promises, but champion a much more conservative policy position. So that, of course, I think is going to be an ongoing tension and a key feature, I think, of what we see in 2024. Something else I'm watching, though, is this Republican primary, this presidential Republican primary. With Trump, there are really no rules, right? I suspect that not before long, this is going to become a pretty crowded contest. Right now, it's only Trump, Nikki Haley, and I'm blanking on his last name, Vivek. Someone help me on the panel. What's Vivek's last name? Do we know?
I think that all shows how little attention they pay to him.
Okay, well, there is he is
a businessman and he's a Republican
who is the author of Woke
Fox News. He's always on Fox News. I know that.
Yes. I don't want to butcher his last name, so I won't say his last name. But please Google him. He is another Republican contender. But with Trump, there are no rules. When he runs, it becomes deeply personal. These are not going to be like policy differences on display. He often talks about people's families and really drags the conversation into the mud. And so I'm curious to see how these Republican candidates are able to distinguish themselves and really, pose a formidable challenge to someone like Trump, who continually just sort of blows up the rules of politics.
Yeah. And in terms of the congressional races, we're looking at, as decent as the map was for Democrats in the Senate this time, it's a pretty problematic map in 2024. You have several red state Democrats, and that's sort of an endangered species as it is, several red state Democrats up in 2024 in the Senate. So, Jeremy, before I let us all go, you have been covering extensively the Dominion voting defamation suit against Fox News. Through the discovery process, they have released a ton of text messages and other internal communications showing that really big Fox personalities thought the big lie was absurd, and that they also feared alienating the Trump-loving audience, and, feared sending them off to Newsmax or something. Fox is obviously this huge political force. Do you have any sense of whether this is going to be affected by, all of this discovery, or are they going to, continue to be this huge force in Republican politics in particular?
I think it depends on how much the Republican base hears about what exactly Fox hosts and executives were saying to each other about Donald Trump and the big lie, right? I mean,
they're not reporting it on Fox.
They're not reporting it on Fox. And the other thing about it that's interesting to think about is so many of the talk radio hosts on the right who are so influential, Mark Levin, Dan Bongino, these guys have Fox News contracts themselves. So it's not getting talked about really in the broader conservative media ecosystem. I think Trump wants to talk about it. He wants to accuse Rupert Murdoch of being a rhino. He already has. He's attacked him. So, that kind of criticism has always hung around Fox. I mean, the real hardcore base always saw them as not conservative enough, or not as supportive of the home team as they should have been, which might sound absurd to people who are live outside the conservative base. But it's true. They never really had the trust. They were kind of seen as more establishment-y among the hard right. So we'll see how much Trump continues to talk about this. We'll see what more evidence comes out. But right now our media worlds are so siloed. It's really easy for me to imagine that this doesn't really hurt them with their core audience.
Yeah, unless Eva.
And Tamara, too, just in case, in the off chance he's watching this, Vivek's last name is Ramaswamy. That is the other declared Republican presidential candidate.
All right. Well, we have that covered. I guess what I was about to say is, unless I missed it, I don't think Trump has himself gone after Tucker Carlson or any of these people who privately said things about him that are unfavorable. If he were, that would be quite the fight to see. But at this point, I don't know that it's in his best interest to do it. And it certainly isn't in the interest of Fox News to have that fight happen.
That's exactly right. It would be very damaging for Fox News. I also think that, at this point, they're doing the calculation in Trump world, and they need Tucker Carlson, right? So even though they know that he is, that he tells his audience what they want to hear, and he's not a true believer. I mean, he's somebody, when I was reporting my book, I found out he had told people that he was voting for Kanye West in 2020. He's never really liked Trump. I think the question is, does that ever reach the Tucker Carlson audience in a way that makes them question how sincere he is? And I just don't know.
Well, we are out of time, but I want to thank the 92nd Street Y for making this conversation possible, as well as our excellent panelists. Michael Lee is a senior counsel at the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU Law. Jeremy Peters, a reporter for the New York Times who covers the media and its intersection with politics, culture, and law. And Eva McKind, a national politics reporter at CNN. I'm Tamara Keith, and thank you all.
Hey everyone, welcome to our panel, and thank you for 92Y for putting this on. We are really excited to be here today. My name is Anderson Clayton. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the new chair of the North Carolina State Democratic Party. I'm really excited to be on here today with Secretary Leon Panetta, who is someone that is a revered public servant for the United States, but also someone who, has just really been a champion of democratic rights and convictions throughout his entire service. And he has held many different public official positions, including Secretary of Defense. He's been the CIA director, the White House chief of staff, the director of the OMB, and also a representative from California. And so we are really excited to have you on here today to discuss Gen Z involvement and young people getting active and out to vote this cycle. So thank you so much, Secretary Panetta, for being on with us today. We really, really appreciate it.
Well, it's a great honor to be part of the program. I really believe in public service and the importance of giving back to our democracy. The institute that my wife and I started out here in California, our principal mission is to try to get young people interested in public service. And so we spend a lot of time working with young people and really believe that the biggest responsibility we have is to build new leadership for the future in this country. A new generation of leaders is what all of us ought to be involved about.
That's really exciting to hear, I think, because we have, I feel like a generation of young folks who don't necessarily see themselves in the Democratic Party right now, right? Who are unaffiliating at rapid paces. And so I always like to tell people and talk to folks about how I got involved with politics for the first time. And I'd love to hear from you about what was the first thing that got you really involved in this space and told you at a young age, like, I need to go do that. I need to be involved with the Democratic Party.
Well, yeah, I'm often asked the question about, how I got interested in public service. I'm the son of Italian immigrants, and like millions of others who came to this country, they came here in the early 30s from Italy, and worked hard, made a life. And I used to ask my dad why he came all of that distance to this country. And I never forgot his answer. He said, because my mother and he could give their children a better life in this country. And that really is the American dream. And I've had a chance to really live that American dream. My parents were a great influence. They made clear that we owed something back to this country that gave them the opportunity. I also, the 2 years that I served in the Army, and at that time, learning, there was a big cross section of people that were part of the military in those days. And the ability to see people who were willing to work together to achieve a mission always impressed me, that there were young men at that time who were really dedicated to achieving a mission and working together. And then there was a young president who said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That was all, those were all great inspirations for me to get involved in public service. And I think it was soon after I got out of the Army that I was able to get a job as a legislative assistant to a U.S. Senator in Washington. And that experience of being back in Washington is what really kicked off my political career.
Wow, that's amazing. Also, how a lot of young people get their start in politics too is either becoming a legislative assistant, working as a field organizer on a campaign. You get your feet wet a little bit, and then you go, "Oh, I like to do this. I think that this is something I can do often." It's something I tell myself too. I love that.
It's what I tell the students here that are interested in getting involved in politics. I said, if you can just get an opportunity to be able to be there. And by the way, one of the programs we provide for students for the California system, CSU, California State University system, we deal with all 23 or 24 campuses. And one of the things we do is we have the president select a student and we send them back to Washington to do an internship program in Washington. And the reason we do that is because we think exposing young people to what's happening in Washington, even though the politics can be very polarizing, even though sometimes there's a lot of gridlock in Washington, what I tell young people is go there, keep an open mind, see how we're supposed to govern in our democracy, see the weaknesses in how we govern sometimes. And what that'll do is it'll inspire you to somehow get involved. And it does work. A lot of the students who are part of that internship program are now in elective office at the city level, the state level, and some of them are back in Washington as well.
Yeah, I say it all the time, start them young. Like people ask me, they go, how do you get young people involved, Anderson? Like, where do we find and we say young people in this party right now, we're talking below the age of 50 to some degree, right? Like we're not thinking, and we are thinking definitely for anybody listening to this, I am thinking about my 17-year-olds and my 16-year-olds and everywhere in between, but also just like the age differences that we have right now in our party. And for me, it really got started, or how I got started in Democratic politics was through getting registered to vote on my college campus, right? That was the first in time I had ever been really excited about getting involved with civic engagement and voting for the first time. And the Watauga County Democrats and Boone at Appalachian State University helped register me to vote. And they said, don't you want to come help us do this with other students and register other people your age? And I was like, yes, how do I do that? And in 2016, when I was going into college for the first time, the North Carolina General Assembly was Republican, as well as our governor's office was Republican. And so they were trying to figure out, how do we disenfranchise student voters the most in 2016? And they started to take away voting sites across every college campus in the UNC system in North Carolina. And the Watauga County Democrats in rural Western North Carolina in the mountains, they were like, we don't like that. We're going to sue the State Board of Elections in order to keep our voting site on campus. And they got students and everybody from that community and that county involved with fighting for that early voting site on a university's campus. And they brought so many young people into that fight that they were like, we really care about our right to vote. We want to make sure we have that. And it was like a Democratic Party, right, that took their money, in my opinion, and really put it somewhere as like saying, we want to invest in students' right to vote at the end of the day. And they won that voting site. They won that lawsuit against the State Board of Elections. And it was one of the first wins that I ever had in politics. And I got so much adrenaline out of it. I was like, oh my gosh, I've got to do this forever. And I think that it really is about engaging young people and meeting them where they're at, right?
No, absolutely. And the key to that is to make young people understand that they can make a difference. They can make a difference. I've seen it with young men and women in uniform. As former Secretary of Defense, and seeing young people who were willing, frankly, to put their lives on the line and to fight and die for this country, if necessary. And I've often thought, if these young people are willing to fight and die for their country, why is it we can't have elected leaders who can have a little bit of that courage in order to govern our country and try to deal with the problems that we face? And so what I tell young people is, you can do this. You can make a difference. The greatest thrill I had in over 50 years of public life, greatest thrill. It's not title, it's not money, it's not anything else, but the ability to make a difference in people's lives. If you can do something to make a difference in people's lives, that's the greatest reward.
Yeah.
And that's what you can do. Obviously, voting is important. Getting involved in politics is very important. But being interested in an issue and working that issue, there is no greater satisfaction. The best thing I ever did when I was in Congress was establish the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, which is right off of our coastline here. And the reason I put it into a sanctuary is that I wanted to protect that area for my kids and for their kids. And the only way I was able to do that is working with students and working with people in the community that wanted to embrace that goal. And having that support is what gave me the enthusiasm to be able to get it done. So believe me, you can make a difference in people's lives.
No, I fully believe that. I think that a lot of young folks, people look at me all the time and they go, Anderson, where's the next young generation of political operatives out there? And I go, they're sitting in every high school, college classroom, honestly, just maybe sitting on their sofa at home right now, waiting to be tapped into by our party, because so many young people right now, I think, are extremely passionate about, like you said, issues, right? And things that are really driving us in our everyday lives to think that we can do something about them. And one of the things that I think the party has a real job to play in right now is helping people understand, where's your power, and how can we empower people in our communities to understand that they have so much of it in their own backyard, and they can really make change and inspire more people to get involved just by picking up the phone sometimes and calling their friends.
Yeah, I'd remind people of what happened in the midterms, these last midterms. I mean, the reality is that everybody anticipated that it would be a wipeout for Democrats at the House, at the Senate, and that we'd lose the Congress entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And yet what happened is there were 100 million Americans who turned out to vote. 100 million Americans turned out to vote. And what did they vote for? They voted for getting away from extremism. They did not vote for extremist candidates, which was a real important message to the country and frankly to parties. Secondly, they voted to kick out people who denied the election, who were operating on a lie. And voters came out to do that, which was really encouraging. And lastly, they came out because they really want both parties to work together in our democracy. And I think we all want that. We want both parties to be able to work together to solve the incredible problems that we're facing in this country. We've been through hell these last few years, let's face it.
Yes,
we do a poll here at the Panetta Institute of young people's attitudes towards government. And for the first time in 20 years of taking that poll, we had a majority of young people say that they didn't think they were going to have a better life than their parents, which means that they don't think they're going to have a shot at the American dream. We have got to reach those young people and make them understand that they do have a shot at the American dream, that they can achieve what they want to achieve, that nothing is stopping them from being able to go after what they want to do. That's what the greatness of our democracy is, that no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you can embrace the opportunity to be able to be successful in what you want to do, to enjoy the American dream, and to have, as a result of that, a better country for yourself and for your children. I think this country offers, as the son of immigrants, I can tell you this country offers tremendous opportunity to young people to be able to engage in our system of government.
And that's where I think what you said are just earlier, just about issues in general, I think are what drive young people to get involved and to stay involved. And in every capacity, what you just said too, right? We've got to show people where their power is and how they can use it. And that's where I really feel like folks are coming around right now. I think we've seen a lot of disengagement with politics because of COVID, and everybody wants to feel disengaged, right? Because your own personal life, it's a lot to put on it. Like politics is a lot in and of itself, right? As you know best, it's complicated and it's messy, and especially in DC. And I think that people look at government right now and wonder, how is this impacting me? And it's our job right now to really show them, here's how government's trying to work for you at the end of the day. But you also have to work for it. You have to work to put the right people in positions of power, right? And you have to work to make your community a better place at the end of the day, and speak for people who can't speak for themselves right now because they're too busy taking care of their kids and also going to work and trying to really just survive. And especially for me, I'm from rural North Carolina, and I tell folks, I'm like, rural America right now to me is not living, they are surviving, and they're trying to figure out day to day how to live and just stay afloat. And I think that the more ways that we can really address those issues and get back to talking about things that are really impactful for people's everyday lives is how we're going to fix some of these problems. Because I think that right now people feel so alienated even from government to some degree, and it doesn't have to be that way.
No, I think we all need to learn from what we've been through these last few years. I mean, I never thought we would experience a worldwide pandemic in my lifetime, but we have, and it impacted on our country, impacted on our economy. I think what we're seeing happening in terms of our economy and inflation and what it's doing to our country, that's an important issue to be concerned about. And where do we go to try to make sure that our economy remains strong? Climate change and what's happening with climate change. I'm here in California. We've gone from from wildfires that have destroyed communities to a drought, 100-year drought, and now we're facing floods as a result of climate change and its impact on our lives. And that's what's happening to our planet. It's impacting on Earth and on our planet that we love. So that's another crisis that has to be faced. Polarization, the divisions in this country between red states, blue states, between Republicans and Democrats. I mean, I never thought I would, in my lifetime, I would see an attack on the US Capitol that brought our democracy to a halt. That's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for all of us that our democracy is fragile and that it wouldn't take much to destroy our democracy. At the same time, if we work together, if we come together and we're willing to work at it, we can bring our country together. We can unify our country. But more importantly, we can solve these tremendous challenges that are out there and give our kids that better life. You can make a difference. I mean, I talk to young members who are elected to Congress who wonder if they can make a difference. And I said, you know, all you have to do is find an area, you know, introduce a bill, try to make a difference. You can do something in that job. That's what I loved about being in Congress, frankly, when it worked, was the ability to be able to get things done. That's how I created the Marine Sanctuary. I was able to get Medicare funding for hospice services. I was able to get things done that impacted on people's lives. So that I really encourage young people. Don't be despondent. Don't walk away. Get involved, because let me tell you something, when you're involved and you're working at it, you have a better chance to try to make things turn right than have others try to turn things wrong.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I took over as chair and I'm 25, and that is the most crazy thing to people sometimes is to meet me and find that out. But I was with a group of students and Fayetteville State University students, shout out FSU, shout out our HBCUs on here while we're at it. But they were in our headquarters, our HQ the other day. And their professor looked at them and she goes, this, I'm talking about me right here. They were like, this is who you could be one day. Like, she's 25 and she's the state party chair. And the look on their faces, they were shocked. And I was like, oh, there's the power of being able just to see more young people in office too. And I'd love to know from you, you know, what do you see as the way to get more young people running for office? And also the ways that maybe you've talked to some of the folks in your own life and that you've mentored about what their next steps are and really how to get somewhere. Because I think a lot of what young people are looking for right now are mentors, honestly, and people to take us, you know, by the arm and say, come on, I'm going to show you how this big old system up here works that you've got no idea how to deal with yet. And still maintain the, you know, we want to change things, because I really do believe that's the hardest part about being a young person in politics right now too, is thinking, you know, we can go in and we can change it all, and then realizing how complicated that might be at some point in time too.
I'll never forget when I went back to Washington as a legislative assistant, and the senator I was working for brought us to his office, which was in the Capitol. And there were only 2 legislative assistants in those days. Now there's a few, like 10 or 12. But he looked at us and he said, you know, I want you to know that in this town, you're going to be tempted. There'll be lobbyists who'll try to tempt you to influence me and affect my vote. But I want you to remember one thing, that we are here in order to serve the interests of the people of America and the people of California. And he then said something I've never forgotten, which he said, when you get up in the morning, you have to look at yourself in the mirror. I never forgot that, because that message was you always have to protect your integrity in what you do.
Yeah.
And if you're able to do that, protect your integrity, do what you think is right, and be able to make a difference in people's lives, I have to tell you, there is no better way to be able to serve others than in public life. So I really want to urge people, not only to get involved in issues, not only to get involved and see the system up close, but to get a hold of an issue that you really care about. And you can make a difference. You can make a difference. I mean, you see what happens in this country when people come together on an issue and really express their concern. This is a democracy. It's a democracy that responds to the will of the people. You are the people. You are the people. And so you can make a difference. Believe me. I've always felt good about every job I've had because I've always set a goal and I've been able to achieve those goals in the jobs that I've had. You can do the same damn thing. So get out there and really make a difference.
Yeah, and part of the ways that you can do that right now, right, with the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the American Rescue Plan Act that we have in place, you can get to your city council meetings and your county commissioner meetings and ask where your money's going. There are millions of dollars of federal investment right now going into your own backyard in whatever county or city that you may live in across the United States. And being a vocal person at those meetings and advocating for what Secretary Panetta is saying right now, right, about the issues that you feel passionately about going on in your own backyard. Those are one of the best places and one of the most impactful places that you can be right now is just ensuring that the money that's coming down from the federal level is going into your community to impact it in a prominent way.
Yeah, you've got a tremendous opportunity with these bills that have been passed, particularly on infrastructure and other areas where you can influence how that money is spent. I mean, I see it here in my hometown. My son is a member of Congress. Jimmy is my youngest son, is a member of Congress. And so he comes back and he's able to provide funds to things that were really starving for attention. Yeah. And finally, they're getting what they need in order to be able to repair roads, repair bridges, be able to provide the care that is necessary for people. You've got a chance to really make a difference on that, because let me tell you, the last thing you want to do is to isolate people in power. Do not isolate people in power. People in power don't always like to have people griping at them. Too bad. That's what democracy is all about. So you can be the individual that makes an elected leader understand their responsibility to the people, not to their friends, not to their contributors in elections, but to the people.
Absolutely.
In many ways, you represent the voice of the people. And that's something that always has to play a role in the decisions that we make in our democracy.
What's been, the best experience that you have? And I feel like I'm switching gears a little bit here, but I know that we're coming up short on time, and I want to make sure I ask this because I just think it's cool. You've been in so many different positions and have met some of the greatest political leaders of our time, and including becoming one yourself. And so who's the coolest person that you've ever met in your role? And also what's like a great story that you can tell or something that you're really proud of? You've worked under Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and all of these people that I think young people look up to and really admire. And so I'm just interested what's that experience?
As I said, in every job, I've tried to set some goals, but the mission that I'm proudest of is when I was director of the Office for Civil Rights, that was another job I had. When I was director of the CIA, President Obama made clear that one of my jobs was to go after bin Laden, who was the individual that conducted the 9/11 attack in our country and killed almost 3,000 innocent men, women, and children in our own country. And so as CIA director, I was able to put together a team and we were able to locate where bin Laden was located. And we had to develop a mission to go after him. And I worked with the Special Forces, the SEALs. All of you have heard about the SEALs. They're some of our best military that defend our country. I worked with a guy named Bill McRaven, who was Special Forces. He designed the mission, 2 helicopters at night going into Pakistan, about an hour and a half, getting over this compound where bin Laden was, rappelling down and going in and getting him. And we were able to follow those helicopters in. It was the middle of the night. Because it was hot one night, the heat from the ground stalled one of the helicopters, and it came down with its tail on a fence. And I remember thinking, oh, this mission's going to hell. And I asked Bill McRaven, who was in Afghanistan, what's going on? And he didn't miss a beat. He said, we're going to go on with the mission. I've got a backup helicopter coming in. We're going to continue the mission. We're going to go after bin Laden. And they did. And they were successful at that mission and sent a very important signal to the rest of the world that nobody attacks the United States of America and gets away with it.
Yes, sir. Wow. And thank you for your service, Secretary Panetta. I should have started off by saying that. I know that we've got so many veterans out here in our great United States who have done so much for our country. So thank you for your service.
Great. Thank you. It's I have to tell you, it's been a thrill to be able to have different positions of service in our country. But the best position is having looked at those men and women in uniform that serve our country, that dedicate themselves to our country. Every time I looked into their eyes, I felt confident about what our country was all about. And if I looked into your eyes of all those young people in this country, I know that I would be encouraged that despite all of our problems, despite all of the challenges we face, that we have the future leadership that we need in our democracy to make sure that America is protected.
And I think that's what it comes down to a lot of times, is being able to see, where is the next generation coming from, who wants to take on and fight for our values and really make sure that this country remains the way that it needs to, but also progresses forward in the way that it needs to as well in every capacity. And so I think that that's a really good point to make about how young people have to get involved. We need them to get involved for the betterment and the progress of our nation.
Anderson, you're an example of that. The fact that you're chair of the Democratic Party in North Carolina, I mean, that's amazing that, you've been able to accomplish that. And now you're in a position where you can really influence others who get involved in politics, trying to get the right candidates to run for office, trying to get the right people involved. I mean, I think that's a great mission, and very frankly, it goes to the core of what being a good citizen is all about. So thank you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. I'm excited to have the opportunity. I think that my campaign was run by a group of folks that were under the age of 27. And I tell people that often. We had a really robust campaign operation of young people who were ready to see change in our party generationally, but also with energy. And I think that that's part of the optimism that young people bring to politics for me, is that, when you get into a space of folks that have been in this field for 30 or 40 years, they just go, oh God, we're not making it up that mountain. And young people are sitting there behind the boulder just trying to push it. They're like, oh, we're going to make it go and we can do that. And I think it's been really energizing for people to see young folks in positions of power in our party. I think about folks like Congressman Maxwell Frost, right, who's the first 25-year-old to go to Congress, and seeing the implications that it had for what young people can really do and see themselves in. And so I'm really excited for the opportunity. I know we're coming up on a minute left. And so I just want to ask Secretary Panetta, do you have any last minute thoughts about advice to young people who want to get involved right now, or anything else like that you want to give to folks?
Well, I just want to, again, reemphasize, as I said, I'm the son of immigrants to this country. And I was always proud of the fact that, when I was in Washington as an elected representative, I used to look at the Capitol and think to myself, here I am, I'm the son of immigrants, and I'm here in the United States Capitol of the United States. All of you can have that same opportunity. You can have that same opportunity. My youngest son, as I said, is a member of Congress. He is now embracing that dream as well. So if you work at it, if you're willing to dedicate yourself, you can not only achieve that dream that all of us need to achieve in this country, the American dream, but you can make a difference in people's lives. And I really encourage you to see our country as an opportunity for making a better life for those that follow you. There's no greater reward than making life better for those that follow you.
I love that. And I just want to tell you so much again, Secretary Panetta, thank you for everything that you've done for Democrats and also this country and just the service that you've given to us. And it's been an honor to be on this panel with you and speak to you today. And I hope that some young folks are really inspired by hearing someone who's honestly a little bit older than them talk about how important their voices are in this process, because that's what I think we also need to see more of is people from an older generation in our party really embracing a young generation too. So thank you for the work that you do in doing that as well. It means a lot to us.
Thank you very much. It's been a great thrill to be part of this panel. And I can't tell you how important having these kinds of programs that really try to reach out to young people, because as I said, I think I have no question that our country will survive if we can build a new generation of leaders for the future. And that's what you're all about.
Well, that's what we're going to try to do after this. So I'm excited to work with you more on it, Secretary Panetta. And thank you all so much to our audience for watching today. We would love for you to follow along and get more in touch with us in the future. If anybody would like to, you can reach out to me on the NCDP website or whatnot. I'm really easy to contact. And so if there's any young people out there listening to this who want to run for office or get involved with their state party or local party, I started off as a county chair before I did anything else. And so I'd love to talk with you more about that and how you can come up through the ranks of the party as well. So thank you, Secretary Panetta, for your time. And thank you so much all for being on.
Great to be with you, and my best to everybody in the audience. So get out there and make our democracy work.
And vote this year, y'all. Midterm elections, or not midterm, I got municipal elections. Sorry, I'm going a year back, but municipal elections are up this year. And we are really excited to have folks and great candidates running everywhere. So make sure you get involved with those, y'all.
Starts there. It starts there.
It does.
Great. Good to see you.
Thank you.